Ta-da! We're back. We're so back. Hope everyone's ready for another... Oops, this is a spoiler. Starting off strong. You saw nothing. Hope everyone's ready for another fun day of shenanigans. I've once again been thinking about... where is it? CD Minecraft. Thinking about how to make this work. CD demo. So we're going to try and make this work again. We got some ideas that we were cooking. I think yesterday we stopped with like pushing up a service was the idea for getting Kamal to like manage the systems. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I don't know. I was sitting there thinking about it last night after I got off screen and off stream, and I was like, you know, there's a couple different ways we can make this work. And one of the things I've been thinking about is like having a service outside of the main service that kind of deploys these, which would be like the platform that I run, maybe. Jesus Christ. You got like a whole host of troll names over there. So we'll see. I need to like, hi, bye. Hope your deploying is going well. I need to see like how we're going to do this. But I need to also do some housekeeping, so we'll see. There we go. Kamal deploying. Maybe that's a better way. Better way to put it. Okay, so I need to open this up, and we need to take a look at what we're going to do. Because yesterday we stopped by like pushing up that little script that just runs, and then we could ping that script, and that lets the Rails server and the Minecraft server sort of quasi-communicate. Basically, the Rails server would then put something in a spot where the Kamal hook would then check it, but we're not actually pushing something up that would do that checking, so that's like what we have to figure out today. Which I think the way to do that is to just run a service in the background, have the service constantly checking. If it sees the stuff there, then it'll do something. But that's me grossly oversimplifying what we have. So for anyone that doesn't know what we have, bro, I have some bad news. I have to sleep because I have some stuff to do. Well, I mean, family comes first, real life comes first, so I wouldn't worry about it. Absolutely no hard feelings here. I'm just glad you showed up. You said, hey, said what you needed to. But yeah, so anyone that's not aware, this is basically what we have, right? We have the website running. It allows you to upload a zip file. Zip file contains the Forge mods because we're modding a Minecraft server with this. Again, probably not the original vision when we're talking about Rails. Probably didn't create the framework so that you could mod your video games with it, but I think it's funny, so we're going to keep doing it. So you upload the zip. This then allows you to go over to an API endpoint. Yeah, take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully your stuff with your dad goes well. But we can go over to like API/v1 and then download latest mod, I think, or mods. I don't know which. It looks like mod. So this allows you to grab that zip. And then from there, we have a way to extract this in the controller endpoint. If we come up here to the mods controller, we have, or not the mods controller, the dashboard controller in our API. We have this test stuff endpoint, which is brilliantly named, if I do say so myself. What this will do is it grabs this latest zip file, or whichever mod has the latest zip file. It extracts all of the stuff from it, and it puts it into the volume that is shared with the Minecraft server. So like if I SSH in here, and then I CD into wherever this was, which I should have somewhere. We'll be able to see, I guess not. It's in cd/var/lib/docker, I think. And then in here we can CD into volumes. And then in here we have the data, the mod packs, etc. So this is like extracting to /data/mods here, which is going into /data. But this is a bit deceptive because /data is actually /data/_data. So then we have to go into _data. You can see in here we have this mods directory, right? So it takes these things, it puts it in here, and then if we check the mods directory, you can see that the stuff in the zip file, you have to trust me here, is already in there. So it kind of puts it in here. And then when the Minecraft server spins up, Kamal sets up a accessory The Minecraft accessory then has a bunch of stuff where it sets up a Forge server. It runs Minecraft 1.20.1 with the Forge version. And all this says is like use the Forge API or whatever, right? But this will then run the server with whatever mods are in the mods directory. So we tell it, hey, you have a volume right here, which is how it knows that these mods exist. So now the Rails server can have stuff uploaded to it and put it in the right location. It's now on the whatever is facilitating in between the two to go, okay, new stuff here, Minecraft, you need to restart because they're both running in a Docker container. I personally don't know of a way for the Rails app to go, Minecraft, you got to restart because they're kind of like, you know, quarantined from each other so that they can't do that. All they can really do is share these files. And we don't have anything in like the Minecraft server that says check for an update flag or something. So at this point, we need like a third option. And that's where yesterday, I think we found that the Kamal hooks can help. Because these will allow you to run pretty much anything you want to on the server. So in this case, when we run the pre-connect hook, it's SSHing in. It's setting up this listener script, which we can also push in and put on the server. And then it's just running that. So if we run a Kamal deploy, it's not actually going to finish because it's going to get stuck here. But it gets to this point, the pre-connect hook is running, and then it's running whatever this is. And now if we curl this, we get a response, which is kind of what we needed. It's a completely backwards way of doing this, but it is what it is. So if we copy this, for example, we can then curl this port, and you can see right here that causes something to print on the terminal. So we know this is running on the server. It's all happening while Kamal is running, so we know that Kamal is doing all of this stuff. So we don't necessarily need to have this server up and running. This is just a good way to test it. What we could instead have is some way for a service to run. So like a Linux daemon service or something. You could do like a systemd service, which would then run on the system that Kamal sets up. It says, move this file onto the server and then start this and make sure it runs for all time. And then that would somehow check something, which will then say, okay, we have new files. We need to restart the Minecraft server. And you don't necessarily want to check if there's new files because that would be kind of a bad user experience, right? So we need like almost like a way to manage a bunch of different stuff that can happen. So one might be we need to restart the server. Another one might be we need to update something. Another one might be we need to like back up the server and a bunch of other stuff that we need to figure out how to manage, which is where something like this would be very powerful if we can set it up properly. Unfortunately, my only experience with this is like a single service that I've created before, which would be absolutely not applicable here. So I'm pretty much going to be making most of this stuff up as we go along. So there's going to be a fair amount of Googling today because I'm out of my comfort zone when we get to this point. So yeah, but that's kind of what the situation is. I have a rough idea for this. And of course, this is also going to be useful for things that aren't just Minecraft. We have a couple different like avenues to explore there. Because it's all hosted in Docker containers, we also have the ability to, let's say, like blow away the current server we're running and spin up a different server. Maybe we want to go to like a Valheim server. We could reasonably throw this stuff out, switch over to Valheim without needing to do too much engineering, because that would also just run in a container. And then when you want to go back to Minecraft, you could hypothetically still have the data on the system. You're just getting rid of the actual container itself that's like running the server. So that's something where you could even have the option to like persist between game choices. Because I don't know about everyone else, but personally speaking, I got friends that seem to switch which game they're playing like 5 times a week. So if you have something like that, you hook it up with a Discord bot. That would also be something that we could look at. Then they could like run the commands from the Discord server, and then you don't even have to worry about like managing all this yourself, which is kind of the point, is either like, Discord, or you just log into the Rails app, you give them a username and a password and you let them do it. But there's a lot there that we can do, and it doesn't just have to be like games either. It really depends on how we set it up. But I think for the sake of like getting immediate feedback, the games are a good way to like look at it initially. So I'm going to start by trying to figure out how to make a systemd service again. And we're going to have that check a folder, I guess. And then if it sees something in the folder, we'll have it, I don't know, print something out maybe, or do something. But all of this stuff is going to be probably like 4 years since the last time I touched it. So we'll see. Creating a system, creating a Linux service to check for a flag file, I guess. I'll just go from here. Check for a flag file. That's just the reload stuff. We don't need that. Create a service configuration file. File should have a .service extension. Should contain the following. Okay. Let's see. I think probably best bet is to just start with any solution we can find. Can I create a Linux service that checks for a, I don't know, a flag file in a specific folder / test, for example. Oops. Test, for example. Because then if we get this, we can have Rails create the file, and then that'll be one way we could technically communicate. Okay. Path to the flag file, write the script. So let's start there. We're actually going to start that over here in the scripts folder, I think. New file. We'll call this, I don't know. What do we even call this? The flat file checker. File checker.sh. That's not what it's going to be ultimately, because it's going to be some kind of like manager between them, but we can at least start with this. We'll paste this in, see if it makes sense. Path to the flag file will be /test/flag file. I guess that's okay. And then we can check if flag file was found. Echo that to here. Or we could just do this to flag file log inside of this directory, test /, which again, we'll have to change this as we go. So I'm going to SSH in real quick, root at whatever, and then we're going to just make a cd2 /, then we're going to make dir a test in here, and then we can just check this to see if what we have is even somewhat working. So I'm going to grab this. I'm going to run into, I guess we can run this from here, right? So we need to, let's do this. We need to run this on the server. So we need a command similar to this, but we need it to run here. So we'll come in here and we'll say scp. We need to grab the, what is it? Scripts / what was it? File checker, I think is what we called it. File checker.sh. Root at the IP address. This IP. Root at here. And then we want this to go to /test. Maybe, and we'll do that. We'll see if this goes into the test directory. So cd /test. See if it pops into here. Okay, so then we can do a Kamal deploy. And the nice thing is, because this breaks before Kamal creates the lock file, we can pretty much just run this endlessly and go from there. Okay, so we got that. Pre-connect ran. Says it exited with code 0, which is down here. So now if I come in here, we have the file checker. So the file is now on the system. Then what we need to do is we need to SSH root at the IP, chmod this so we can run it. And then I guess we want to run it, right? Run this file. Okay, so let's do another Kamal deploy. Reconnect hook is running. It runs it successfully. We have the flag file lock. We can then cat the flag file, which says the flag file was not found. Well, we are running this, so that's a good step one. And then we're looking for a flag file in here, right? Flag file dot whatever. So we'll say nano flag file dot txt, right? Something like that. And then we can come over here, flagfile.txt. We can run this again, Kamal deploy. Okay. And we can cat the flagfile.log, which now says it found the file. So if we change this directory from like /test, we can put this to, let's say we put this to the directory that Rails has access to, which is that data folder, right? So we could instead say the directory is flag file equals /var/lib/docker/volumes/ wherever we want to put this. In this case, data/_data/flag file, right? Something like that. And we can come here and we can say, if we have this, if Rails creates this file here, we then know we need to restart the Minecraft server. So we can set something like that up. And then we just have to run the Docker command, which I'm assuming we can do from here, because we can do pretty much everything else. So I'm assuming there's nothing I'm missing here. Because we won't have this up when we run the Kamal deploys, we should still check to make sure we're not like running this before the Minecraft server runs. So maybe we have to change where we do this. Because like, let's say we start the server, or like we run this as the initial deploy, right? The Minecraft service in Kamal, the Kamal accessory doesn't exist yet, sorry. The accessory doesn't exist yet, and we try to run this, we try to restart it. That might not make sense. Maybe the service goes down or the accessory goes down for a bit. So we do need to account for that. But this should give us something where we can then say, all right, Rails has created a file, or it's unzipped the mods into the directory. It's created a file. I now know that I have to restart the server from Kamal. But we don't want this to only happen on initial deploy. So what we would instead do is not run the script, which this solves my previous problem, because I'm like thinking out loud right now. Because this will be a service, what we can do is we can say this will always check once per minute forever. If it ever finds the flag file, it can remove it or queue a remove or something so they can do it safely. And then it can restart the Minecraft server, which would then allow effectively Rails to control this. And we don't just have to test for this flag file, right? We can test for whatever we want to put in here. Maybe we have another file that's like, I don't know, the change to Valheim file or something. And then if it sees this, it does something else as opposed to like the Forge stuff. So there's a lot that we could throw in here where you could pretty much just select a dropdown at the end of the day and just kind of deploy the stuff, which is good. It's very flexible. It's going to require me to sit here and actually go like, how do I break this 20 different ways to figure out what the right approach is? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come into the controller, the dashboard controller over here, because this is kind of like the playground right now, right? We come in here and we say, how many different ways can we make this work? And then once we get something in here that makes sense, we can then like extract it somewhere else. So like I would argue the zip stuff is probably ready to be thrown into somewhere a bit more permanent and refactored, but we'll just leave it like this for now. This right here was already doing something where it was opening and writing a file, right? So we'll come in here, we'll uncomment this, but instead of doing test.txt, we want to do that flag file. So maybe we change this from flag file to pending restart, right? So if we see the pending restart file, we then know to restart, which means we have to make that somewhere. Where do we want a pending restart? We probably want a pending restart after we deploy new mods, right? As one example, we might create this in multiple different areas. So we come over here. If we're in development, we'll just say create pending restart. And then we can just put whatever we want to in here. It doesn't even need to have text necessarily, because we're really not reading the text. But in this case, we'll put pending restart.txt into data. I don't know why I'm putting txt in here. I'm going to get rid of the txt. It doesn't matter. We don't need it. We'll just leave it like that. So we have the flag file. We check if it exists. If it exists, then we need to go to this specific file and write something. So in this case, it's the flag file log. I'm going to change this to the pending restart log. Or we can even change this to like the, I don't know, the file checker service log, right? Just something where we know this is in here. File not found. That seems fine. So we'll do this. We'll try to deploy this. So we'll do Kamal lock release. this should work because this is going to the data folder. So what we can also do is a bin/dev. We can come over to localhost /API/v1/test, I think. Okay, so that throws an error, but that's an error for missing template because I haven't created the template here yet. But this should at least be creating this file somewhere. So if we come over here to the data directory, which we have in our Rails app somewhere, data, we have the data directory and we have the mods folder. What we want to see here is if we're in development and we hit the test stuff endpoint, we're doing a file.open pending restart in this location, which is /data. That's my bad. So we're going to have a pending restart, I assume, down here, right? So let's remove this. And then let's try this again. That refreshes. We close this and open this. Data/pending restart. It didn't put it here. Oh, because it's looking, maybe that's why. I have to do it like this because we're trying like 3 different things here. Okay, so that will presumably put it into data, right? I should probably change this to be like a better path, something like rails.root.join data pending restart or something. Okay, let's see. We have the mod directory, which is data/mods. We also need that one, so I'll just do that real quick. I'll say, what is this? Data directory is equal to rails.root.join, and then we can do this. We can write to here. We want to do data directory /pending restart like that. And then over here, I think we're fine with leaving this as a /data because I think that's how we access that volume. But let me come over here and let me get rid of this pending restart, delete permanently like that, refresh the page, and we have it back. So that's working. So now when we deploy this, it'll instead go to /data/pending restart, put that there, and then we can see that it exists. In our service then, or a file checker, whatever, right now it's just a little script, but it'll be our service. We're checking that directory for pending restart, I think. It's going to data/pending restart. It should just be here, but I guess we'll see. So now I have to do a Kamal deploy. Hopefully this goes through all the way. It looks like it does, and now we can push this up, and then we can actually test this and see. The nice thing about these hooks is it is pretty flexible when you run them and entirely what you can do. So like if you want to change this, you can change this to run Ruby if you want to. And in fact, they have a sample for that where if you want to run like some Ruby code after your deploy or before your deploy, I think one of these does it. They have it right here. As you can see up here, it just runs /user/bin/env Ruby. So there's a lot of power here. I just wish the docs for this were a little bit better. But that's like a frequent complaint of mine when it comes to most new Rails tools. They all seem to fall short in the documentation area. Okay. But then I have like pretty high standards for docs. I like them being very accessible and usable. A lot of these seem more like marketing pamphlets than they do, I don't know, like usability guides. But okay, so that'll run. We're still going to be checking in here, but I'm going to rm-rf, or I'm going to rm the flag file.log and the flag file.txt. Now we do have the file checker service log, so let me actually check that one. Cat file checker service. Flag file not found. Okay, so that makes sense. And also, how do I don't know, Windows terminal error beeps. I don't know if you guys can hear this, but this is driving me crazy every time I control backspace too much. I had this off in my other terminal, but here it's like it's doing it again. We come into settings and see if there's like a sound I can change. Over here. Is there do you guys have sounds? Bell notification style. Control what happens when an application emits a bell character. Audible. Save changes. Oh, thank God. Okay, that's so much better. Okay, that was like just obnoxious. Okay, and then while this is running, we can also come over here and we can make sure that we haven't broken the core functionality, which it should still be working. But again, I think it was this one. We can boot this up and we can make sure that the server is still running as we're testing this stuff. But yeah, so if I come in here to, what do we want to do? We can check if we could check the Rails logs by running the Kamal command, but I actually don't think we even have to at this point. Because I think as long as we have the mods continuing to appear, we know that it's removing and re-extracting them, because that should be our last upload on here was this one. So we'll see. But I'm gonna wait for this to load up, then we can check, make sure the server is up and running, and then we can check if running this again causes it to see if there's a pending restart. So I'm going to come into our pending restart area. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Control, there we go. SSH root at whatever. And we want to go into /var/lib/docker/volumes/data/_data in here. And then here we're looking for the pending restart, right? Which we're only going to see after we go to /API/v1/test. So that'll do the zip file extraction, right? And then over here, when we do another LL, we should now see pending restart, which we do. And then in here, we can run the file checker. Oh, sorry, we want to run /file checker.sh. Okay. And now we can cat the file checker service. We can see the flag file was found. So in this case, it's checking this Docker volume. It sees there's a pending restart. Now what we have to do is we have to somehow get this thing to, and let me just make sure the server's up and running, which it is. We now just have to get this thing to understand that it needs to restart this container, which should just be a quick Docker command or two, but we'll see. Okay, I also want to check, because there was some audio issues yesterday with this stuff. So let me see if there's a way to get this to play. Maybe like this. Okay, let me do that. Okay. So we want to Docker restart container command. Is there just a restart, or would I have to stop and start it? Docker restart. Okay, so there is a Docker restart command. So we can restart it, but then the question becomes, how do we get the ID of the container? Because we're not, we just do, yeah, because we got to do it from here. So we have to get this name somehow. Environment variables recorded at performer. Let me try this and see if this gives us back anything. So if I do a Kamal deploy, wait for this, cancel. Deployed, uncommitted. Okay, so that's not giving us anything. So now the question becomes, how do we find out in concept we understand which container to restart. It's the Minecraft one, but we still have to like read through it. So is there like a way to grab this identifier, maybe from over here, to do this? So Docker, let me do this. So we know this is all working. So let me close out of this, SSH root at whatever, and then we'll do a Docker PS. That gives us all of our containers. We have the IDs. Is there a name? There is a name. So we know, oh yeah, because this, whenever we try to recreate it, it tells us this name already exists. So can I do a Docker stop by name? Maybe. Let's see. Okay, so that says it stopped. Now the server isn't up anymore. So Docker start and then this name. Okay. Which does mean we need to make it match what's in the Kamal file, which is kind of annoying. But if we have the performers, do we have a variable for like accessories? And then we can actually pop out of here and do a Kamal accessory logs MC, I think. Which will let us see that it's currently doing its initial setup. Okay, so we have the name. We just know that it's gonna match whatever's in here, right? Where is it? Config deploy. We know that the name is gonna be the service name dash accessory name. Is there a way to extract this information out of Kamal? Kamal docs. By the time this project's over, we're going to have so many weird niche pieces of information. We have the role, which would be web. Do we, okay. Performer, which is who's deploying it. Version, hosts, the command we're running, subcommand destination. So it is also passed a Kamal runtime env set to the total seconds the deploy took. That doesn't help us. Yeah, because I don't want to have to go through this and say, oh, you want to deploy one of these, so we got to put this info in like 20 different locations. Now, if you have something that does the configuring for you, like a Rails app that creates this Rails app, maybe then we can do, then you could do this configuration, because then the parent app would just go in and change this in all of the areas where it needs to be changed. I wonder if you could... You probably can't just set the accessory name from like an environment variable, right? Like I can't just do, would it be something like dash accessory name colon? Yeah, okay. So we'll have to see either that or we have to come in here and grab this. Now, realistically, you're probably going to need to have, you're going to need that parent app, I think, regardless, just because if you have, let's say, a Valheim server, I just like picking it because it's one that I know runs in a Docker container. But like, let's say you're switching between this and a Valheim server. I don't know if you want this Rails app messing with its own Kamal configuration. I don't even know how that would work. So if you had a parent, you could then just come into this file and modify it, and it wouldn't matter too much. But that's where we're going to have to see. Okay, so this is back up and running. So we can hard code it for now, and we can just say, grab this server and do that. So that's how we're going to do it. So we can SSH in, and then we want to go into, well, we'll just grab these, right? It was Docker start, Docker stop. So I can realistically also do Docker restart dnout-mc. I should stop the container and start it. So then the only problem becomes, how do we construct this name from what's in our Kamal file? I say only problem. There's going to be more problems, but that's one of them. And then we can put that into our script, which is in our scripts directory somewhere. Scripts and file checker. So if the file was found, we can write to this log, and then we can say restart the Kamal accessory / Docker container by name. And we can do this. This would have to be restart. Now, in this case, this is the red flag right here, is that this is hard-coded. We need some way to get this information out of here, because we know it's this plus this. But the only thing I really get here is these environment variables. Unless there's like a way to... Oh, man. There's probably a better way to do this, but we'll leave it like this for now. We'll come over here. We'll grab this file checker. We'll put this on our server. So let me... where's this get put? This gets put over here. Or sorry, this checks this location, but in our pre-connect, it should be putting this into test. So I want to cd into test again. And then I want to Alt-Shift+ over here. SSH root, blah, blah, blah. CD test. Oops, CD/test. I just like having the right one in that location and the left one running this stuff. So let's do a Kamal deploy like that. That should run the pre-connect hook. That should do all of this, find the flag file, and then restart the Docker service. So now if I come over here, the Docker PS, let's see. Where is it? dnow.mc, right here. 9 minutes ago was when it was created. The status is up 9 minutes. Oh wait, no, this is dnow.mc right here. The status is up 10 seconds. So this one was just restarted. So that is working. But we of course don't want to do this during the pre-connect. We want to do this one when we run it from the server, right? Or sorry, when this is like running in the background. So this is step one, is find this file. And then after we do the restart, then we probably want to file checker service log, and then we probably want to attempt to remove the flag file. There's going to be some kind of weird logic here where this could trigger multiple times, but assuming this works okay, we can then say we've removed it. And then we can grab this and let me vim the file checker.sh. What is it? Insert. There we go. Okay. Whoa. Don't want that. Okay. What is it? Well, I guess we can just do this. We can come over here, press play. We can redeploy this, and then, because my only concern is like if this tries to delete the file as it's being created a second time, because you know there's going to be someone who's just mashing that button or something, or hitting that endpoint over and over again, for example. That wouldn't work. If you have the service running once per minute, you probably want to, you probably don't want to check if the file exists. You probably want to check when the file was last updated, and then you can run off of that. That wouldn't, I assume that wouldn't give you a race condition, right? Let me see. Linux or bash, I guess. Bash check when file was last modified. Something like that. Let me come over here. So this is still up and running. Let me make sure if I can actually connect to it. But again, we're not really modifying it yet based on these actions. All we're doing is we're telling it to, deploy the new zip. Which means, what if, oh, hold on. What if I were to do this? Let me disconnect. Let me come over to here. Do I still have this open? I don't. Okay. Open this in Explorer. I'm going to grab like one of these mods, and I just want to make sure that because I've tried adding more, I haven't tried taking away mods yet. So let me try this. Let me grab like the smooth reloaded one. Compress to zip. Call it mods. Over to here. Go back. Let me actually open up a new tab and just do this. /mods. We can come in here. Not JSON. We just need the /mods directory. New mod. Only one mod. And then, I don't know, smooth boot. Just so that we know which one is in here. You can do this. Choose file. Update. Okay. Then we want to come over here. Hit the test endpoint. Let me just make sure if I refresh, this is running. I hit the test endpoint. It should extract that, do all of that other stuff. The server should go down, which it does. Which I think is good. My question is, why did it go down? I come over here. It opens the pending restart, but we don't have anything that's checking it, right? Like this is not running continuously. So yeah, this should be back up and should still be compatible. For a second, I was like, did I actually make the service and not realize it? So now if I run this manually, should go in and restart it, which means we should fail to connect, which we do. And then once the Docker container comes back up, we should see that we're in an incompatible version because we have a 7 mod or 4 mod thing here trying to connect to like a one mod server, which shouldn't work. It should say like the server's missing client mods or something. And I'd prefer to test all this manually before we try wrapping it into a service and then sitting here like just having some weird thing running in the background, which is usually how I test these things. But of course, Kamal, accessory logs, we can see how far it is. It's still setting up stuff. So it's missing the create stuff, which is good because we expect that stuff to be missing. Okay, there we go. Incompatible vanilla server. Is it a vanilla server? Okay, it's missing create and waystones. But it doesn't see the smooth boot, which is interesting. Okay. That's fine though, because that means this is, at the very least, this is now recognizing we've done some changes. So let me come back over here. It'd be nice if I could just change which one I'm deploying, as opposed to doing like a deploy latest, just deploy specific mod pack. Maybe we do that real quick. Let's see. We have all of this. I'm gonna try to refactor this, I think. So this right here is our create pending restart flag file, right? We'll just put it down here for now, and you don't have to tell any of your friends that I'm doing this. They don't need to know. Okay, something like that. Grab that, we grab the data directory. We're not using anything else in here, so this is fine. And then we can come up here and we can do this stuff. So we need to extract the zip file right here, but we want this to work based off of a specific zip file. So we're using the mods directory pretty much everywhere. So I'm just gonna grab this whole thing and say extract zip file to data mods, I guess. And we'll do that up here. Wait for Copilot, come in here, paste this in. But instead of doing this, I want this to just take in the zip file. Or maybe we take in the mod. It takes in a specific mod and it just works off of that. Which means we have to grab it right here because we're doing it here. We don't want to do this. So we'll come up here. We can change this from grabbing the latest to grabbing a specific one, which we'll do based on parameters, maybe is how we'll do it. We'll see. Let's do this. Let's see. Def test params. We want to grab zip file based on param ID. Maybe is how we'll do that. Yeah. Require mod permit ID. Let's come into our routes. Let's do this real quick. Come into our routes. We have this over here. And this is the test route still. Test stuff. Okay, so let's do this. Test endpoint now takes a mod ID as a parameter. Something like this. Test / :ID to here. Over here. Maybe, and then we can come over to, where's my localhost? Localhost port 3000 / API / v1 / what do we want? 1? See, oh, server's not running, bin /dev. Oops, I'm doing /test /1, right? And then we have params, just to make sure. Action test stuff. So if I have my test params, Param is missing. Oh yeah, okay, so the mod is empty. So let's come over here and let's do... Okay, so we could actually, let's do this. I have an idea. Do test, and then we'll do test/mod/id. Like that. We can come over here to test/mod/1, which will then hopefully clarify that we're trying to do this. Or we could run, maybe we do this as like a test endpoint versus test. Maybe that makes more sense. Something like this, test/mod/1. Or sorry, this would be /tests. And then the other one would be test. Okay, and then we have our params, which we want to get the ID from. Which in this case we don't have. We're in the test endpoint right here. Okay. So yeah, because for test then we don't need. Okay, so wait. Test stuff. I'm going to change this to tests versus test mod. We can do test latest versus test just a specific mod, right? So test latest, we can come up here. We can say def test latest, and for this one, we want to do it like this. And then we want to pass the mod into here, like that. Now if we come over to /tests, that should be fine. Just do it the download. That's all good. Maybe we do something like a render JSON. Tested latest mod. Refresh. That now spins up and we're good there. Get rid of these. Something like this. And then for our test stuff, we want to do these three. Tested, tested mod with ID of mod ID. We come in here for this mod, and then this mod would be the mod equals mod.joins mod.find by params ID. Something like that. We extract it. We create the pending file, which doesn't take any arguments. Okay, so let's. Oh boy, I'm gonna get lost in the sauce if I'm not careful here. Let me move this over here. This is our all endpoint. This is going to be our specific one, test/mod/1, like that. The action test mod, like that. Okay, so this gets us whatever this zip file is, which seems fine. And this is going there. Can I check the... Maybe we'll do this. Oh, whoops. We actually have multiple stuff. So the test stuff I don't think is actually being used now. Right? Test latest makes sense. Test stuff is not running over here. So let's do this. Because this is a route we're doing, right? Test mod. Let's grab this, render it up here instead of the redirect. We don't grab the latest. We need to grab this one. And we need to do these two instead of this shared volume path nonsense. Let's get rid of the test stuff. Okay, come over here. Couldn't find mod with ID of 1. Mod.all. We have an ID of 2. 4 mods for the price of 1. So let's try that. Let's try to go over to test mod 2. Tested mod with an ID of 2. Okay, so that seems to be working now. Oh my God. All right. So we have a way to grab a specific one and the latest one, which will allow us to bounce back and forth between either installing all of them or installing just one of them. And then we can test if that allows us to switch back to the 4 version. So maybe we try that. So we'd have to go here. We'd have to deploy whichever one has the latest. We could also just add a button here. I'm realizing that this would also be like fantastic UX if I just had deploy modpack as a button. So maybe we do that. Let's come into the underscore mod partial. Let's grab this span and let's add one more, which we can come over here to test / mods. Okay. And we'll just change this to deploy. Yeah, it doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to do the work, right? This is not going to go to mod though. This is going to go to the API v1. What is this path? Let me just localhost / rails / info / routes. We need the specific one, the test path. Download latest mod, the tests path. Am I crazy? Didn't we just have this over here? The test mod, right? As test mod path, maybe? But I don't want to do that. Let me scroll out a bit. The test path, API v1 test path. Why is it doing this? Test path. We have the, okay, let's just do this. We'll do this as the test mod path, and we'll do this one as the test latest path. Something like that. Just so that we can like grab it. We'll grab the test mod path right here. Test mod path. We want this to be for this specific mod. Over here and refresh. It's upset. Is it API v1 test mod path? Of course it is. No route matches that. Let's see. But apparently it does. So I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so now we have two of these. Let's try to run this. So we're going to test 4 mods for the price of 1. We'll click deploy. It tests that and it takes us to the JSON, which we obviously don't want in this case. Let's come back here. We need to respond to do format, render JSON, or we could render HTML. Format dot HTML will be to redirect to the mod saying mod was successfully tested. Sure. And we can also do the format.json where we do this message. Tested mod with this ID. Something like that, but we need a second one of these. Okay. And we want to do the same thing down here, but instead of doing tested latest mod, we want to do, or sorry, instead of doing tested with an ID, we want to do tested latest mod, and we'll say latest mod was successfully tested. So let's go back, refresh, click deploy. Mod was successfully tested. It's not a pretty notification, but at least it's appearing. And we know that that's firing. So now in theory, we have a way to deploy this. The issue is we don't have a way to run the file checker yet, but that's okay. That's a next step. So let's stop the server, do a Kamal deploy, or sorry, Kamal lock release, just in case. It's almost always upset. There was none. Kamal deploy to deploy our changes. Pre-connect hook is running, which means we should be able to come into cat file checker service log. We can see it was restarted. The flag file was then removed at 4:57 Central. Okay, so now my question is that a thing? So if I come over to /var lib docker volumes data underscore data, do we have a pending restart file? We do not. Okay, so actually that should have just restarted this, which it did. Okay, that's so cool. It's just kind of doing its own thing. But I have to make sure I don't get confused and think that it's doing this automatically. The only reason it's doing this is because we're trying to deploy the changes to the Rails app. It just so happens that it when it deploys, it runs that hook that causes the Docker container to restart. But that's not the same thing as the service. So I still have to figure out how to wrap this into a service, which I think is what ChatGPT was helping me out with like half an hour ago. Save the script. into a location. It's in /test. That's not great, but whatever. And then we have to create the systemd service file, which we also want Kamal to deploy. Again, the whole point is Kamal does everything for us, including setting up Minecraft servers. It just requires us to do a ton of work to make it just do it for us, but we don't need to talk about that. Okay, so we want to create this. Let's come over here. We have the scripts. Maybe inside of scripts, I also create like a service folder. Let's do that, service. I don't think we're going to keep the scripts name, but at least for now, we can save this. Okay, so we want to name this. This will be the, what is it? The file checker service dot what? Oh, dot service, file checker dot service. Okay. We can copy this, paste it over here. This then needs a location, which is going to come from here. We're putting it, I guess it's in our pre-connect hook, right? Pre-connect hook is just /test/ whatever. We'll change this later, not a big deal. It's going to start this file, I guess. I'm assuming this is wrong, but it's at least a start that we can then look at. Service is of type one shot, meaning it will run once and exit when triggered. If you want the service to run periodically, you'll need to create a timer. Okay, create a systemd timer file. Okay, so let me come over here. We have the service. We need the timer file. So I'm going to new folder, timers, new file. This is going to be the file checker timer file checker dot timer. Okay. I don't know if this naming convention makes sense. Again, all of this is in flux. I don't know what I'm doing. We'll just have to see if it changes. Okay, so we want this to check flag dot service every minute. But we're calling this file checker dot service, right? So runs file checker dot service every minute. Unit is going to be the file checker service. I don't know if this is right, but sure. Wanted by timers.target. I don't know what that means. Okay, this timer is set to trigger the service every minute. You can adjust the on calendar option, which is this. I don't know what that means, but that's fine. You have to reload the systemd. Okay, so we have to deploy from the service and the timers, and then we have to reload we have to do a daemon reload. Okay. I think that makes sense. Oh, all right. Let's come over here. Let's refresh. This should now be up and running, but it's telling us it's an incompatible version. And the version we're running right now is the 4mods version. So I want to come over to the actual website, which now has a deploy button. I want to find the 4-pack of mods and click deploy on that, which runs whatever's over here. Dashboard controller. So we click deploy. Mod was successfully tested. Mod was successfully tested. We tested this one, which means it grabbed it, it extracted it, created the pending restart flag. So let's check if we have a pending restart flag right here. That's pretty cool. So now if we were to just run this file checker.sh, it should see it, and then, oops, this should see it, and then it should remove the pending restart flag, restart the container with this set of mods. So when this comes back up, the error should be gone because we're deploying a specific mod pack now, as opposed to just grabbing the latest one. Okay, what a pain. The amount of mental gymnastics I'm doing here just to make this work somehow, or at least to convince myself that it works. But I think this makes sense. And then eventually we kind of like build out a dashboard here. And then eventually we get to a point where you can just say like, okay, I want to deploy Valheim 8 gigs, whatever, start the Valheim server. I want to mod the Valheim server. You just click deploy the Valheim mod pack that you just uploaded, and that somehow works. I don't know how Valheim modding works, but I'm assuming it's similar. We do the same thing for Minecraft. Maybe you want to switch over to Minecraft. We just click the button to switch over to Minecraft, and all of that should just be handled without you needing to pay some service like an astronomical fee to run a server for you. Not that I don't appreciate their efforts, but sometimes that price, good God. Like, let's come over here. Let's see if it changed again today. So this is 1687 for the first month, 2250 afterwards for 6 gigs. And come over to Contabo again. And then we'll just look at this. So this is 6 gigs of RAM. 6 gigs of RAM. This is 22 for following months. This is 550 per month. So that's where like having the ability to do this on a bare metal machine, but you don't need to know how to do all of the modding would be probably helpful for a lot of people. I just keep picking on Apex because it's just one I know. Okay, so now our version works. So that did deploy the proper version. So now we just have to get the service up and running, and then it should just work, TM. Okay, but I'm going to close this and close this and close this. Come over here. So now the steps are we need to deploy. We need to get these onto the system somehow. So let's come into our pre-connect. We're just going to do all of this in the pre-connect, and then we'll break up the logic from there. So we put the file checker.sh in here. So let's do this. Let's break it up into some sections. This is the moving files onto the server section, which at one point will just be a single connect where we put the file on there and then maybe we like unzip the zip file or something. But right now we're just pretending that I'm doing this properly. So we want to move the file checker.sh over there, which is the script that we have. So let's come over to the scripts directory. So we want to move this file checker, then we want to move the service, which is over here, scripts/service. I should change this to services. Scripts/services/file checker.service. We want to move this to /test. And then we want to move the scripts let me move this down here. I'm going to move the scripts/timers/file checker.timer over here. And then if we look in here, this is set to run what's right next to it. This is set to run what's what the other one is called. So that makes sense. Okay, so we have all of those pre-connect. Oops, pre-connect. I don't know if we need to like chmod these. It looks like we might have to. We might have to make... No, this one has to be executable, but it doesn't look like the service does. Okay, but we might need to move this into the services directory now that I'm seeing this. That's just a little scary. So let me do a Kamal deploy, and let me just make sure this is being moved over. Pre-connect hook is running. Wait a second. It's done. Hit Control-C, and then we can do a Kamal lock release. And then let me scroll in a bit, and then we can run an LL. And we can see in here we have the service, the SH, and the timer. Okay, so create a systemd timer file. So that needs to go into system as well. So this is where it gets a little bit sketchy because I'm kind of messing with the actual server now, as opposed to just in my own little playground. That's okay. So let's change this from /test to /etc/systemd/system. Like that. Put that over here. And then we can put it over here as well. We don't need the file checker.sh though, so we can put this in /test still, I think. And we need to come down here. This is a type of one shot. We have our timer. Enable and start the timer. So now after we do all of that, then we want to, we need to make the script runnable. And then we need to start the service or reload stuff. Daemon system CTL, whatever. Okay, we'll do SSH root at the IP 154.53.46.232. And then we want to do system CTL. So this says we need to do the reload. So let's do the reload first. Daemon-reload. And then we need to do SSH root at 154.53.46.232. Enable file checker.timer. Okay, and then we need to start it. Root at 154.232. Start the timer. You can view the logs by checking var/log/log file. You can check the status. Okay. All right, moment of truth. We're gonna mess with the actual server now and see how this blows up. The good news is, because all of this is Kamal, no matter what I do here, we can get back to this exact point by running one command if I just reset the server. So no matter how bad I break this, I can presumably just reset it. Kamal deploy. Okay, moves the files over, does the rest of this stuff, created symlink, sets it up. Okay, so now can I do a systemctl status check flag.service? Check flag.service could not be found. Okay. Systemctl status check flag could not be found. Okay. So let's try these. Let's try to do the reload. Okay. Let's enable it. Maybe I check the timer instead. Timer could not be found. Okay, it's still not found. And we start this. But then it still says, oh wait, you know what? Check flag timer. Okay, hold on. File checker timer. Timers at target. File checker.service. I wonder. File checker timer. That's what we called it, right? Where's it getting the check flag.timer from? I don't know where this is coming from. In here? Check flag.timer. Oh, because that's the command I'm running. Where's the command? I don't need check flag. I need file checker. File checker. What am I doing? .service. Okay. Hey, that's working. At least it's not working. Okay. And then let's come in here and let's look for the timer. Okay. This is running every minute. Okay. So we're going to let the Rails app finish deploying, and then we're going to try to change the mods. Unfortunately, because it runs every minute, the only real way to test this is usually to wait like a minute and a half to 2 minutes, because you never know where in that minute cycle you're going to start this. At least that's what it was like when I used to test stuff like this that would run on a cron schedule. But we can at least monitor the Minecraft server and see when it goes up and down to get an idea from this when this works. And because we can just deploy by clicking a button now instead of doing all this endpoint testing, I can come over here and I can find a only one mod, then click deploy. Once this is done, we view it. And then when we deploy this, we'll see the pending file created, which will be ll/var/lib/docker/volume/data/_data. Like that. This has a pending restart in it, which is not great. Let me check the file checker timer. Runs this every minute. So let's come over to the file checker service. That runs test/filechecker.sh, which is in here, filechecker.sh. Oh, but this is a type of one-shot. I wonder if that's a problem. But the timer is running it endlessly, right? So that should, let me check the status. systemctl status for the service. Starting check, file checker, dean out -mc. But we also have this service file, right? So cat file checker service.log. Flag file not found at 14 minutes. Okay, so that was just run. This is now on a different server, or a different version, I'm assuming. So now if I ll this area, we no longer have the pending restart. Okay, so that's good. It's doing something. But what I want to do now is come over here and I want to deploy the only one mod. So let me connect real quick and see what the error is, just to make sure, because it's telling me it's on the wrong version. And then we can also check over here by doing Kamal accessory logs MC, and then we can see what the server thinks it's doing. So this finished preparing spawn, and then I guess this is just kind of done now. Okay, so this is the one that's missing create. So maybe we don't deploy one mod. Let's deploy the pack of 4, right? Come over here, pack of 4, and then let me click deploy. Okay, that'll run through, extract the zip, whatever. And then this should have a pending restart in it. And now as I check this, this just ran at 15 minutes. So it should run again at 16, right? But I don't know how off the time is, so we're going to have to wait. And then once this runs, we should then see that the server goes down. And then when it comes back up, it should work. And I will presumably not have done anything to make that happen. Okay. Unfortunately, that means being patient. And nobody has time for that. I just want to watch the thing happen. Oh, geez. Okay. File checker service. Okay. Starting check flag file. Okay, it's down. The server went down, and I had to do this much effort after all the initial effort, but we don't talk about that. It's automated now. Okay, so when this comes up, hopefully then we're able to connect again. Okay, finished that. Let me come over here. Let me do the LL again. Pending restart flag is gone, which is good. So yeah, in theory now, we have all of this on the system. It's being pushed over. There's a couple issues that have arisen from this. The IP address is hard-coded in like 20 different places. And we could clean up the files and how they're deployed. But we now have a service that's causing the Rails app to like control the Minecraft app. Anytime we put a pending restart flag file in this directory, a minute later, it will restart it. Or it'll restart the Minecraft server. So if I want the Rails app to like restart the Minecraft server at any point, I just have to put that pending flag in here, which is good. Apparently this is not the right version though. Forge handler. Okay, I mean, it looks like that ran. Mod file, data/libraries. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so it just took a minute. So now if I connect, we should have the create stuff again, right? Yeah, we got the create stuff. Okay, so that works. We now have Rails and Kamal automating a Minecraft server. Beautiful. Okay. So now there's a couple different things we can do here. First, I need to clean all of this up at some point. I also need to change it so that this isn't hard-coded, right? So I should probably create a... Ooh, how would I do this? Okay. Is there a destination? What does the destination have for us? Okay, if I run the pre-connect or the Kamal deploy, this will do the pre-connect hook. I can come up here and I can see the Dean deployed this. Kamal performer deployed, Kamal version. Oh, wait, right here. We can look at all the environment variables right here. Kamal version, performer, service, Kamal hosts. Okay. So we can get the hosts variable here. So in a string, or can I just, maybe I have to do it. Can I do it like this? Okay. So this will allow us to abstract out all of this logic, presumably. Then we can also do that over here. Okay. Like that. Let me run this again just to see. Pre-connect hook is running. All of that should be set up. It also doesn't look like that's causing anything to blow up. So let's do Kamal lock release. And then let's come over here. Systemctl. Loaded. Active. Oh, it's inactive since 19, which was the last time it ran, right? And then if I come over here, the server isn't down, which is good. It means it's not just running and restarting the server every minute. Okay, so that gives us that. Now, we also need to figure out how we want the... I'm assuming this is probably not the right way to do it with just SSHing in multiple times. So I wonder if we can either we concatenate all this or we just run a script once there. So maybe we push another script over and then we just run that script instead of doing all this. I don't know. Again, this is outside of my wheelhouse here. Okay. So that works ish. The other thing we still need to figure out is how to do this name, because the name right now is in one of these scripts right here, the Docker restart. So this is a problem because this relies on Kamal information. I don't know how we would get that over here. Wait, hold on. Okay, is there... If we can get the accessory name in the pre-connect hook, we could then feed this into the script before we do the deploying. Okay, Kamal docs. Let's see. Where are the environment variables? I guess under hooks, right? Okay. Recorded at performer service version. Kamal version. Kamal hosts. The command we're running, the subcommand, the destination, and the role. Yeah, so I don't think there's a way to get the... I don't think there's a way to get the accessory name. Let's try this. Can you read through the Kamal docs and see if there's a way to get the accessory name in a hook? Assuming it's reading, yeah, no kidding. However, hooks have access to various environment variables, among others. If the accessory name is part of these details, you might be able to infer or extract it. This was the least helpful response I think you've ever given me. We're going to go back over to here for where you actually solved my problem. Okay. Accessory names, Rails. Let's see. Let's see if anyone has asked this question yet. I can't imagine this is something a lot of people need. Okay, accessory DB. What you could do is, if you're deploying the same thing every time, maybe you just standardize this. So let's say instead of dnout service, we had something like service game, or service is, I don't know, deployer. And then for this one, instead of MC, we would just have game. And then because we're not customizing this based on who's doing the deploying, that means that your Docker container for the game would be deployer-game. And then you would always have this name because this is something that will never change. Maybe that's how we do it. Let me grab this deployer/game. Let's come over here. Restart deployer/game. Let's say this is going to be the container name equals deployer/game. We'll grab this, come over here to like that. Restarted the container name. Needs to go here. Okay, I think that's fine. We can get rid of this. Do that. At least to clean this up a bit. Excuse me. So that we can like, because the end goal is to have not just something that I can use, but something that anyone could use. Like my final goal for this project, my absolute final mission is to hand this code to a friend in my Discord and go set up a server with this. And they just change the IP and it just does the rest of it. Once I've done that, I think then I'm probably safe to say like this actually works. Until then, I'm just going to consider this like a hobby hack-along project. But yeah, so this will work. And then if we have like a parent app behind it, it could then modify this to say, like instead of this being a Minecraft thing, it would then be like the Valheim server or like the Pal World server or something, whatever we go for. Okay, and then we have the volumes for the data, which is still fine. So I think right now this and the domain name, of course, that's another thing where they would have to change it. And then you have to, oh, but then you'd also have to change this or the secure. So I really don't think there's a way around this. This would have to be like deployed by a second tool, I think. Or you just create like a startup script maybe that they run. It asks a couple things and it goes through and it modifies all the files. That's another option. Let's see. Create a startup script that prompts for IP, your, I don't know, like your name for the service and the game, etc. And then it modifies the files accordingly, I guess. Okay, so that works, I guess, for now. And then is it still working? Let's come over here. Let's continue testing. Let's switch it back to a single mod. Make sure that's working. Where's the single one? I also should add like a delete button here. Only one mod. We'll deploy this one. It's 27 right now, so we'll wait for it to be 628, and then hopefully this goes down, and then we see that we can't connect again. And I'm not going to touch the terminal while we do this, so we'll just let Minecraft sit here. Okay, and then we can come over here. I think what we do is maybe we change the timers and the services to, we could create like an individual folder for each service. Service timer combination. So we could change this to file checker. Right. And then in here, we would then have the file checker service, the file checker timer, and the file checker .sh, which allows us to group based on feature instead of on, I don't know, like type. Let me refresh. Okay, so the server's down because it's been a minute. We have new mods to deploy, so it brings the container down, it restarts it. Forge does take a minute to restart, so we'll wait, and then this should eventually pop back up. Okay, and now this right here can still run off of the test directory. That's fine. Let me make sure that nothing else in here relies on that. File checker service, that's all fine. And then in the timer, this just relies on the actual name. In the pre-connect, this is trying to copy from services. So I think we want this to go from scripts, file checker service, scripts, file checker timer, scripts, file checker / file checker.sh. Then we chmod this on the server. We run it. We actually don't need to run this anymore when we deploy. And then we do these things, which starts them. Maybe here we do need to check if it's already running. I don't know if it's bad to continue to try to enable or start these services over and over again, if that can cause an issue. Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, okay, so assuming one of these causes it to stop running mid-execution, that could cause a problem. I assume. Maybe it stops the Docker container, and then this causes it to not finish restarting it. But I'm not sure. Let me refresh. Okay, so we can't connect again, which is good. And we can switch back over to here and deploy this one. And then when the timer hits, or when the clock hits 6:31, then this will work again. Okay. It's kind of annoying, but this is like a necessary step, is to just sit here and like keep switching back and forth and making sure that it at least consistently does this as like a first step of testing. Second step is to ask the hard questions, like, is this okay, or are we good here? Okay, does reloading, or does systemctl daemon reload cause services to stop before they finish? Okay, reload the systemd manager configuration. This will rerun all generators, reload all unit files, and recreate the entire dependency tree. While the daemon is being reloaded, all socket systemd listens on behalf of user configuration will stay accessible. This command should not be confused with the reload command. So it's a soft reload, essentially taking change configurations from file systems. Generators are small binaries and other directories listed above systemd. Execute those binaries very early at boot up and configuration reload time. Generators are loaded from a set of paths. Maybe execute. This will delete the previous configuration created by generators. Rerun. Okay, so maybe what we have to do, let's come into the script, the file checker.sh. We want the restart to happen, and we want the last thing to happen here to be removing the file. So yeah, I think this is actually fine for now. If it gets interrupted, it'll just start again. So worst case scenario, the Minecraft server is down for like an extra minute, but it doesn't remove the file checker service log file, or the file checker service file, until it's hopefully finished. But this might be something where I have to like specifically test these conditions down the line. Okay, so yeah, it's now 6:32, server's back up, and we can presumably connect to it again. And all we're doing is pressing a button in the Rails server. That's pretty cool. Okay. What else? We have that. We have that. And then I wanted to maybe add like a delete button here. But first, let me do this. Get status. Pre-connect hook changed. The dashboard's controller changed. Mod partial changed. Deploy changed. Routes changed. We added stuff in data, which is the pending restart. So what I'm going to do is come into the git ignore. We're going to add /data/pending restart. Get status. Okay. It doesn't really matter. I just don't want to, I don't want to get into the habit of pushing up all this stuff that later I just want to delete. Git commit -m add restart service. Okay. Git branch. We are on Kamal hooks, which still makes sense, but I'm going to come over here. Minecraft Kamal hosting. And then we'll change it. Because now we're onto bigger and better things. Add restart service. Create pull request. Give it a second. Merge it without thinking. Git checkout main and git pull. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. What next? What else could we reasonably get away with here with the setup? Interesting. Okay, hold on. If we... Yeah, so one thing I'm thinking about now is there might be other types of things you'd want to run from the web app, right? Not just changing a mod file. We might want to run a command. So let's say like there's a annoying user on your server and you want to ban them, but you can't connect or something. Maybe you want to do that through here. The Rails app can't run those commands on the Minecraft server because they're in different containers. But we could probably just set up a second one of these services that checks a like commands output folder. If it sees that, it then runs the command in the container. Because we can already stop the container, which means we can access it, which means we can run whatever we want to on it. So let's try that. Let's do git checkout -b commands. Now let's come over to the Minecraft itsg Docker container. Because now we have to find out how to access it. Various server types, setting server properties, managing mods and plugins with automated downloads and cleanup. Okay, so this is just explaining what we've already done. Config allows you to do other stuff. Okay. This all seems fine. So what I want to do is using various mod pack providers. Let's just come over here. Let's see if there's a like run command thing, sending commands. Okay, so it's the Archon CLI. Of course it is. Okay, so what we would then have to do is the Rails app would have to allow the user to create a command. That command needs to get written to a file, and then the service needs to read that file and execute that command. Okay, so let's come in here. We're going to create a new folder. This is going to be the command executor. Come in here. It's going to have a command executor.sh. Let me come in here, grab this, and then we'll just paste this in here. In bash, we need a, this is going to be like a, probably need to change this actually. Now I'm looking at this, we probably need to, before we even start making this super messy, we need to make like a, I don't know, like a flag files directory. So for right now, I'm going to call this command executor, but that's something to keep in mind. Command executor, container name is fine. We need to say command executor service log, I guess. Like this. And then instead of doing Docker restart, it needs to do Docker exec -i container name, which is the MC, Archon CLI. Okay. Archon is enabled by default, so you can exec into the container to access it. So let's try this. Let's run Docker exec or Docker PS because I need to figure out what the name is. I think it's deployer dash game is what we called it, right? Or no, in this case, it's still dnout MC. Okay. So we want to do this command. We want to do Docker exec -i dnout -mc Archon -CLI. Let me log in real quick. time set day. I'll see if I can set the time through this command. If I can set the time through this command, then we know that we can run whatever command we need to. I think. I is required for interactive console. So we don't want the -I. We just want this, I think. Time set to 1000. So that should work. What's happening here? I wonder if did it restart the server or did the server just crash? Blessings, Espanol. Nice to see you, Jonathan. Hope you're doing well. We're just up to no good today. I don't know what happened here. This Docker PS. I wonder if we accidentally blew it up. Okay, it's G. It says it's healthy. Uptime of 8 minutes. What was the last one that I deployed here? I guess I wasn't really paying attention to that. Let's see. Kamal accessory logs MC. Oh yeah, it's unhappy. Delegated to accessory config, but accessory is nil. Oh, okay. So yeah, this is, was it deployer -game? Accessory host delegated to accessory config. Okay. Maybe we have to redeploy with Docker. Or with Kamal. So let's come into config, deploy.yaml, services deployer, accessories is game. So let's do accessory or Kamal accessory remove or something. Accessory. And we want to remove MC if that exists. Probably need to move that out of the pre-connect hook, but that's okay. Acquiring the lock. This will remove all containers, images, and data directories for MC. Yes. Accessory config is null. Okay. Kamal deploy. Let's see what this does. MC is still up. This one is dnout-MC. I bet that was probably why. So I'm going to stop this again. Oops, wrong one. Stop this one. Kamal lock release. And we're going to do Kamal accessory remove dnout-MC. Yes. Kamal accessory. Oops. Accessory. All accessory details dnout-MC. So wait, if you change the name in the config, can you no longer do anything? I wonder if that's... Is that how that works? Because that would be kind of weird, right? Software engineering student, and I'm starting out in programming. So they sent me to find a problem and solve it in programming. So to see if you can tell me a problem and what a solution would be like. I guess it depends on like what. Are you just starting out, no experience coding, or do you know a little bit? Because my answer is probably going to change depending on where you fall there. So like if you're closer to absolute beginner, I would say, I mean, memes aside, you could probably look at like FizzBuzz. FizzBuzz is usually a good place to start if you have no experience for a problem. Because that also scales and there's a bunch of like different solutions. But if you have experience, there's probably better problems to solve than that. But in general, the problem you want to solve is probably the one that you're just interested in, which that's going to be more for you to figure out like what you would like to do. As opposed to like someone like me telling you what to do. Okay, I'm going to change this back to MC. I'm going to change this back to dnout. And I'm going to see if I can do a Kamal accessory remove MC. Because this is so weird that this is just upset. Yeah, so if you change it over here, it just loses the ability to manage it. Okay, so that removes it. Now let's change this to what we just had, which is deployer game. And then let's do a Kamal deploy. We have to deploy this from scratch, I think. Or no, we have to do a Kamal setup, right? Which is going to take longer, but we have to set that up. Otherwise, it won't do the accessory stuff again. Which means this will take a minute to fire back up again, but that's fine. Okay, so we have that. Now I need to check Docker PS. So this is trying to run the deployer game. So this will spin up the deployer-game Docker container over here. It's kind of hard to see because this is a terrible user experience, but right here we have this and we need the names somewhere. Deployer-game. So now I can do, instead of dnout-mc, I can do deployer-game archon CLI set time day. Failed to connect. Okay, so it should be starting the server now. Once this starts, I can then reasonably deploy the 4 Paco mods, and then everything should just work. So let me come in here. It says that was deployed. We need to wait a minute. That'll update the version. And we can also see what happens if it tries to like restart it in between. Okay, connection refused. So unfortunately, we can't like Docker or Kamal check it. Excuse me. We just have to kind of wait for this. But this is a good test because this should test if it like breaks everything. Docker PS for this. It was started about a minute ago. Health is still starting for the Minecraft server. Up about a minute. Health is still starting. Okay. And this one's been up for 46 hours now. Okay. 46 minutes, which means our system CTL status should now be running, right? Okay, and then this one's upset because whatever causes this every time. I will never remember what this issue is. Bundler 2.4.10 is running, but your lock file is generated with 2.4.19. Installing bundler, restarting using that version. Unable to fetch, try running this. Oh wait, this is the one where I have to like do the local Docker. Every time this happens, I think this is the one where I blow away the local Docker container and that causes Kamal to just work. Let's come over to containers. Let's get rid of the build containers. Get rid of these. Come over to the images. We can probably leave the image and then we get rid of the volumes. Like that. Give it a second and then we should be able to run the setup again. And then over here, I should be able to check that, and then I can do a Docker PS. We can see that this has been starting for about a minute. There we go. So that's good. Let's run the setup again, but let me refresh real quick. Okay, so this is up and running. So before we do that, let me just make sure that the command in theory allows us to do stuff. Assuming we can actually connect. Docker PS. So this claims it's up. Let's do a Kamal accessory logs. We need Kamal accessory logs for deployer-game. Delegated to accessory config, but it's no. Okay, so this is still upset. So yeah, maybe we do have to do a Kamal setup and have this like successfully run all the way through. Otherwise, it's just going to perpetually not work. Let me check the varlib. You have to remove, okay, hold on. Exception while executing on host. Docker exit. Nothing written. Docker container. Error response from daemon conflict. The container deployer game is already in use by container or whatever. Okay, but isn't that something that like Kamal should just handle? Let me check. Is there a pending restart in here? There's not. Okay. Okay, so let me Docker container, and let me see like the purge command. Docker container purge, or not purge. We have to stop the deployer-game. And then once that stops, we can then do Docker. Is it remove, delete, prune? Docker prune. Oh, Docker container prune. Yes, I want to remove all stopped containers. Okay. Now we can try this again. What a pain. Okay, so the server's down. That makes sense. And now we'll wait and see. But this is something to be aware of if there's a way to like break Kamal like that, which could be a consequence of us just running the script on the side all the time. I really don't know. Because like maybe having the service stop it and restart it causes Kamal to not see that it's the guy that runs it. But I really don't know. Because I don't know how much this stuff was meant to be played with as opposed to like seriously used. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, and I don't want to touch anything now because now I have to wait for this to work. So this says old version, incompatible vanilla, which I guess could make sense because we haven't deployed this mod pack, but I don't want to deploy it right now while this is happening. So let me check that directory again, make sure there's no pending restart. Okay, no, it's up and running. This is still going, so I'm gonna wait just in case this thinks it no longer works if you try to connect early. I have no idea. But we already have the command, right? So all we have to do instead of assuming this worked, we have the docker exec command. So in our command executor, instead of doing this, we would then have docker exec-i container name, which is deployer game, rcon CLI, and then the command. But the command we need to actually read from a file, which we will put in data, right? So we have to come in here and say read command from the file. This will change to the command flag file, or I guess we can just leave this as flag file because we know that the flag file is the same. So we want to read this, which is command is going to come from the flag file, which is the command executor. So we need to create a command executor in this location. Okay, this is still upset because of missing apt update or try with dash fixing. This is so deceptive though, because it complains about this on the local machine. Like this isn't it's not a on the server error. It's a happening on my computer error, which is so weird because it should just be running in a Docker container. So how did we fix this last time? And like the other 18 times. Let me come in here. Maybe I do need to remove the image as well. So let's get rid of this, delete forever, images, delete forever, volumes, delete forever. Again, this is one of those tools that we keep being told it just works. And then it refuses to just work. Okay, everything's gone now. Let's try it again. Run all of that. The server might restart. I don't know. I guess it's worth checking. Okay, there we go. So it just went down, and now it's upset again. Docker exit. It's telling us that this container is already in use by the container. So something's breaking this as well. I wonder wonder if restarting it is causing whatever ID it's trying to use to no longer work. It's trying to run this command, docker run deployer game, docker ps. Deployer game right here. So the setup is trying to run this, but the previous one is already running. So maybe, does setup not remove the accessory? Kamal accessory remove deployer dash game. Yes. Accessory host delegated to accessory file, but accessory config is nil. And then this is also upset. Accessory name game config is the Kamal config, which it's clearly just reading out of the config file, right? Deploy over here. It's just reading this. So how does it get to this and then say, yeah, but that's not, I didn't do that. I'm not responsible for that one. It looks like this is only happening post the service running. So we had like the system CTL status file checker service. Let's do file checker dot timer. So if we stop this, that now says stopped. And then we do our docker remove, docker stop, deployer dash game. Docker container prune. Yes, get rid of that. And we can do the setup again. But I genuinely don't understand what it's upset about. It has to be that like it's trying to do something with the ID and the ID is changing. At least for this part of the error. I don't know what this part is upset about where the build kit keeps telling us, oh, you should have tried harder. Because that's coming from whatever it's running over here where it's trying to do the apt install, which I think is the Docker file itself. I think it's like messing up over here. And it's telling us that the apt get update right here should be forced. But this doesn't happen every time. And then sometimes it grabs it just fine. And other times it's like, no, never mind. This time I actually do know how to read, it turns out. So we'll see. And like the other hard part is I don't know when this is failing. So this time I'm actually going to watch it, see when it kicks back that error, and maybe that'll tip me off to like what's breaking here. But man, the UX of this tool could be a lot better. Then yeah, we still have to figure out like if restarting the container causes it to no longer be associated with Kamal. So the service that does the restarting is now disabled. So after this is done, if I do a docker ps, this container should only be touched by Kamal. So we can try to do our Kamal restart whatever and then see if that works. Unfortunately, we can't test it right now because this generates a lock file, which stops us from being able to run other Kamal commands. Because of course it does. Okay. And then once we get this working, hopefully, we can then hopefully come over here and put some kind of like terminal input or something so that the person on the server can run commands. The commands will be delayed by like a minute unless there's a way to have the command executor check more frequently. Let me check. So we need a timer. on calendar every 5 seconds. I don't know. Restart always, so the system will bring the service up if it crashes. On a side note, you should use on unit inactive sec instead of on unit. We'll start the service 10 seconds after it's stopped. Okay. I don't want it to restart. I just want... I wonder if I can like reduce it to seconds as well as minutes. Your syntax translates to every 15 seconds. If you want every 15 minutes, the most readable way is this. So this person has it set to 15 seconds. What format is this in? Oh, wait, we're here. System D time. Okay. Parsing time spans. We can use the time span command. Okay, displaying timestamps, parsing timestamps, calendar events. Used to refer to one or more points in time in a single expression. They form a superset of the absolute timestamps explained above. 11th, 12th, 13th of the first or fifth day. Okay. Following special expressions may be used as shorthand. So this is a every minute expression. I feel like I'm in that operating systems class where the professor just like hit you with a fire hose of information, and now he's like, all right, let's do a pop quiz to see if you were paying attention. And this right here is the pop quiz, and I was not paying attention. Okay, valid timestamps in their normalized form. This is also down to step 31 now, so that's good. Parsing, displaying. System D time every n seconds. Run timer exactly every second with system D. The accuracy of... Well, what about Cognito for authentication? Is Cognito a gem or something? Cognito authentication. Oh, Amazon? Amazon Cognito. AWS service, gotcha. My first thought is probably... This is just not a good page. Pricing. We come over to here. Always a good sign. Request a pricing quote. What is it? Okay, pricing tier for monthly active users. So there's 50,000 free tier. And then for the next 50,000, it's... Okay, so like half a cent per user. So if you scale up to 100,000 users, advanced security features include comprised credentials detection, adaptive authentication, access token customization. The advanced features are in addition to the base prices for... Oh, so this is... That's kind of messed up. So this isn't a like 5 cent charge. Also 5 cents per active user. That's crazy. It's 5 cents plus this half a cent per user. So 5.5 cents per user. But this is for the first 50,000. So actually, If you use the advanced features, this isn't a free tier. You're getting free for one part, but for the much bigger chunk, it's not free. That's kind of sneaky too. Create your custom estimate now. Okay, number of monthly active users. I don't know, like 100,000. Let's aim for the moon. Let's say we have 100,000 users. Enhanced security features, percent of monthly users who sign in through SAML or OIDC Federation. Sure. Okay. So if you have 100,000 users, this will cost you $4,675. Okay, wait, what if you don't use the security features? Okay, so the security features multiply your cost by an order of magnitude, which makes sense based on the math on the other page. But realistically, most people, even 10,000 monthly active users is probably kind of high. But you would do, oh, this isn't even an order of magnitude. So this one goes from 14 to 514. There's a 500 monthly charge on top of it for 10,000 active users. So you definitely don't want to use the advanced security features here unless you're like making good money off of your users. I don't know if $15, well, I guess, isn't this the free tier? I thought they said this was the free tier. Using this for my client project, facing some issues with social login. Like when users sign up first with social, then try to sign in manually, they're not getting emails for resetting the password. That definitely seems like something they should have accounted for. So migrate existing users directories, no. Yeah, I don't know. They should have had, like, that's such a normal use case. User authentication. I like how they care about federation, but they can't handle someone signing in with their Gmail account. Self-registration. Identity store migration options. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm usually pretty cautious when it comes to Amazon stuff because I've been burned enough times in the past. Like obviously if you have to use it, you have to use it, but I feel like a lot of that stuff, it's better to just set it up yourself. It takes a bit extra time, but like those fees are kind of crazy. To go from $14 for 10,000 monthly active users to $514 because you use the advanced security features, that's wild. Give me 1 second, actually. Let me do this. I'm still here. I'm just like doing some housekeeping off camera. Alrighty, and I can come back over here. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see, Cognito authentication. Might as well Google this while Kamal's doing whatever. Authentication, merging with existing social login. When the user tries to sign up first manually, then sign in socially, they are able to get an email for resetting the password. Okay, when the user tries to sign up first manually and then socially. Okay, but if you try to sign in socially first, it's then not emailing? That's so weird. Oh, this is for Amplify CLI. Okay, when the user creates an account by Gmail and later signs up, I have 2 accounts. How can I merge these? You cannot link them. However, you can decide the behavior by setting the force alias creation parameter. If you set it as false, it will throw an error if a user is already registered with the same email/phone number. If you set it to true, the old account will be deactivated and the new one will be the only one he can use. Read more about this here. I don't know if this helps at all. I'll post it in chat. Oh, the page you're looking at has been archived. Really? Is this not a question for Cognito? Okay, I'm just going to, I don't know if it helps. But it sounds like what they're saying is you can't do that merging in that order, which is such a weird restriction for something that I feel a lot of people have already solved. I don't know. Like, surely you can just associate both logins with it, or you just, maybe you have to tell the user, I've already seen you sign in with this. You signed in with an external service. Try that one. Or I guess you signed up manually first, and when you try to log in with the service. Yeah, I don't know, because you'd have to, maybe that's information you don't want them to have. I don't know why they would do that. But then again, it is Amazon, and they've done weirder stuff, I guess. Okay, so I think this is working this time. I don't want to jinx it. It looks like it's done. It'll push this up. What do you think about Ruby and AI? I mean, I don't really know if they're necessarily related, but pretty much most AI things run through an API these days, and you can always do an API request with Ruby. So if you can think of the project, you can probably just use like the Faraday gem or something and just do your HTTP requests or whatever that way. You can pretty much do whatever you want to. Even if you're running like your language model locally, you just do your requests locally, which I think I've done before. Let me see. Yeah, I think I did the Palm AI one. So let me post this in here so everyone can access it. But I'm pretty sure that would cover the... let me make sure I mute myself so I don't have to hear this. Yeah. So like if you can host this, you can host pretty much anyone, right? Of course, in this case, it's just using a Flask server instead of anything else. But you are going to probably, depending on what you're running, you're probably going to need to do some Python anyways. Unless your question is like specifically Ruby related, in which case you're probably going to have a harder time like finding an implementation in Ruby. It'd be nice if this could finish sometime this year. Okay, well, this thinks it's up and running, which it is. So I can actually connect. It has all of the mods. Do you do any work in Python? It depends on how bored I am, but sometimes. Like I've made that Discord bot, or yeah, it was a Discord bot. I made the Python Discord bot because I got bored. What does it have? Which has like a database set up in it and some other stuff, and you just run it. Interacts with your Discord server of choice. And then I've also done like some scripting for work. I'm not like a serious Python developer. It's a convenient language to know. And in all honesty, it's basically Ruby. It can do different things. Okay, so that's working again. Kamal, accessory, details, deployer-game. It doesn't like this. Accessories hosts is delegated to accessory config. So did the config break somehow? Because again, the service is now off. There's no reason for Kamal to have a problem anymore. Service is now deployer. Accessory hosts. For login API, what should we prefer to use? Devise or Devise API? I'm not really sure. I think most times you probably want to look at the Doorkeeper gem. This is kind of where I just point everyone, because they have a bunch of resources for how to use it, and it handles a lot of the stuff you need it to. And they also have like an example where you use Doorkeeper with the Devise OmniAuth. So this one works. And it, again, it's doing a lot of the work for you, so you're not really doing it yourself, which is not great. But if I look up Doorkeeper Gem Rails on YouTube, I forget which one it was. Was it this one? This one, copy, let me just come in here, copy this whole thing. Let me get rid of the timestamp and copy this. So this was a video using the Doorkeeper gem. This allowed you to log into your Rails app and log into your API. You, of course, don't need to allow users to do that, but just because of how it's set up, that is a convenient way to do that. Personally, I prefer that because I always get a little weird when I try to mess with authentication myself. So I'm always like, oh, there's going to be something that I forget. Maybe I'm storing the token in the wrong place and someone's going to grab my user's identity or whatever. Is this because I changed the service name to Deanin? No. I changed this to MC. So I revert everything back. Does that allow me to do a Kamal accessory? It doesn't. Oh, you can ask as much as you want. Go for it. What you got? That's what I'm here for. I'm here to try to answer questions. I can't make any promises, but I try my best. Let's see. Accessories, game, roles, web. I must have broken something. Let me type. Let them cook. Let's see. This is such a weird... Let me go into like the GitHub for the Tailwind project. Because this had a working config. But I don't know if this had an accessory block. Okay, service was this. Servers was this. That's all the same. So maybe we do have to come over to the Minecraft Kamal hosting, and I'll go into like the previous version. Config. Deploy. So this was deployer. What are your go-to gems that you use in most projects? That's a good question. I feel like right now, it's almost always going to be Devise for authentication. It's going to be like Faker for the like test data. There's the stuff that you, I mean, you're not really going to see it here because this one's kind of bare minimum. But there's stuff like Brakeman. There's, I want to say, is it Bullet Gem? Yeah, there's Bullet. For a lot of it for me is mostly like what tools make my performance job easier or my testing job. Pretty much all of the stuff that I use for like developing features, it really doesn't even come from gems anymore. It's stuff like, you know, stimulus components. I guess stimulus components uses the Axis list gem, so I guess that one might count, but I wouldn't say that's something I use every time. It probably varies very heavily, but that's just the nature of me doing weird projects all the time. It's kind of hard to find a consistent like through line for all of them. Just because I'm like, oh, this week we're doing a Minecraft hosting thing where we deploy with Kamal, and then next week I'm like, I don't know, let's do a UFO tracker, and then let's do a chess engine. Like, my inability to focus on any type of software and just like have this huge breadth of knowledge as opposed to a depth of knowledge probably means that like you're not going to find a lot of consistency there. I was using AWS SMS for notifications part while we receive any notification in our app. We need to refresh the page for new data to show on page. Using AWS SMS for notifications. When we receive any notification in our app, we need to refresh the page for new data to show on the page. So are you... I guess it depends how you're getting that data. Is there any approach that we can do something like inline refresh, which users should not be able to see currently? We're using pooling. Or if you're storing that data in the database in like a model, you could then have like a after update or after create commit something in your model, which would then fire off like a turbo broadcast, and then that you would turbo stream on the page. If you're using Rails 7. I don't know if you're using Rails 7. Do I have a model in here? I do. I have the mods. So like in here, if you have a model, you would then do, I don't know, after create commit. You can either broadcast here or you could just do like turbo stream, maybe like replace your notifications div. You would replace this with the, okay, Rails backend plus Flutter front end. I don't know. Do you have any type of functionality right now that allows you to do a like no refresh type of thing? You could set up maybe you could probably do a WebSocket, but that seems kind of gross. I don't know. Can you put, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, maybe like turbo native. This is something I still need to learn. So this is me completely out of my depth here. But if you were to use something like turbo native, this would allow you to do like a no refresh thing, right? Presumably. Turbo native Joe. Yeah, so let's just... This is probably a good question to just tweet Joe about or leave a comment on his video. I'll leave the link. He's kind of just like the guy when it comes to turbo native. So he might be a better person to ask here. Because I'm not like I don't have a lot of mobile experience. This is definitely something I want to play with, but it's not something I have set up yet. But yeah, this is there's gonna be a way. Like even worst case scenario, you could probably set up like a WebSocket or something, and then just whenever something gets pushed to it, or you can like listen to it, you can then set it up without having to like constantly ping your API to see if there's a change. Ideally, of course, you'd have like just some way to broadcast, but I don't know how Flutter works with that. Okay, what was I doing? Bullet. Oh, I was in here for, I was looking at previous commits for this, right? So let's go back to the one from 2 days ago. Can I do that? Okay, let's come in here and let's go into the config. Deploy. I love GitHub. Okay, so this one didn't have the accessories on it yet, so that's great. Let's come back over to here. Pull requests. Closed. Maybe something changed between these two that caused the deploy to break. Deploy. Yeah, the only thing I did was I changed these two names. So I don't know what's causing this to just lose its mind. It's a little bit frustrating. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Kamal. Let's see if we have anything else here. Maybe there's a command I'm missing that would make this a little bit easier. We have Kamal audit. Kamal config. Don't want that because that has secrets. Don't want to show that. Deploy details. Kamal details. Okay. So, like, it's full of it, right? Like this, it clearly sees that the Minecraft server is running. It just, when you try to actually access the accessory, Kamal is like, yeah, you know, actually on second thought, that's not going to fly here. Okay, Kamal. Kamal accessory. Accessory help. We could restart it. Okay, is there, maybe there's something in like the pre-connect. Is this running? Okay, so maybe that's the problem. Maybe we need to do this and this, this, like that. And then we need to stop these. Stop this. Now check the status. It's off. That's good. And then we can come down here. Let's do a echo finished running. Let's do a Kamal accessory. All right, I guess we can't do that. We have to do a Docker PS. Docker stop deployer dash game. Docker. Would it be Docker prune? And then, oops, Docker container prune. Why? Like that. And now we can come over to here. Kamal deploy. Let's just check, make sure this is no longer running. It's not. So let's do Kamal deploy. We'll see if this starts up the container again. So this is running the main one. It's not running the Minecraft accessory. So that could be part of the problem. And then I guess let's do a Kamal lock release. Do this Kamal setup because we need it to set up the accessories for us. And then hopefully this causes it to, I don't know, like identify that this thing exists. I don't know why it just decided that it's done. It's done running commands. Let me. Yeah, so this has been up for 18 seconds. That makes sense. This one's going to be down again in a couple of minutes. We need that to work somehow. Okay. Well, the problem is if this is actually causing it to break, then I really don't know how to make this work. We could do it as like a post, but if every time we restart the container, it breaks the link, that seems incredibly bad. But I guess there's one way to find out. We'll run the accessory command, see if that causes it to work. And then we'll restart the container manually, and then we'll see if restarting it manually causes this to break. I really hope it doesn't. But with how this has been going, I somehow wouldn't be surprised. Okay. let's come over here and let's make sure that this looks like it's up and running again. I'm not going to connect yet. We'll see. Maybe, I don't know why connecting would break it. It was working yesterday. Hey, Austin, how's it going? Or just trying to figure out why Kamal is, I don't know, disassociating from its accessories. Like it's decided that it's done managing its accessories. I don't know if it's because I'm manually restarting the Docker container and that's breaking it, but today, for some reason, it just decided it was done. But everything else is working. We can manage pretty much the entire server now from a Rails app. Can you please tell me about some hosting platforms which provide free service for hosting for learning purposes, like creating a web app and trying to deploy it with Capistrano or Kamal? Yeah, so I personally don't know of any free services right now. I think that like Render and Railway have a trial, but even that, I don't know how much the trial is for. Trial plan includes $5 free to deploy code. I think this is pretty much where they're all at this point, is they've all decided to do some kind of weird trial thing and they've just given up on free hosting, which is kind of a bummer because it makes it really hard to like learn the initial stuff. Fly has a free tier. Fly.io. Pricing. Yeah, see, this is what I saw last time, was that it moved to like a legacy hobby plan. When you sign up for a Fly.io account, we create a default personal organization for you, which receives a one-time $5 sign-up credit to let you test it. And then the $5 a month hobby subscription plan. Yeah, see, so now it's a $5 a month plan. If you were on the free hobby plan at the time that the paid hobby plan became the default for new users, your plan is now called the legacy hobby plan. Your costs stay the same as they were with no monthly subscription fee. So I don't even think they have it anymore, unless I'm misreading this. I mean, I don't know, I can post it and maybe someone can correct me. Because this to me sounds like you have to be on the $5 hobby plan to get access to the free allowances. But I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh no, it's legacy now. That's what I'm not sure about. Because like they say free allowances, but I don't know if this is like free on the $5 hobby plan or if it's just free kinda even if you're not on the hobby plan. I mean, I don't think I'm on the hobby plan right now, as far as I know. Let me sign in and see what I was using. So I want to sit here and lie to everyone. Let me see. Okay, so I have $0 in credits. I have 11 cents used this month. Let me see. Billing? Oh yeah, I'm on the legacy hobby plan, which is why I didn't get billed. Hetzner is affordable. Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at now, is just like a decently affordable service. So like Hetzner, if you come over here and then you go over to cloud and then you go to prices, not this, you want to go over to shared. Like this one is like €4 per month. You can probably discount it by going with IPv6, and it's $3.29. And then you have to convert this into whatever your currency is. But yeah, I don't know any that have like a free platform anymore, which is kind of a shame, because like, especially if you're in a situation where you can't afford it, being able to test all of that out before you start paying $5 a month, at least know that you know what you're doing by the time you get there, is really helpful. Or at least it was when I was learning. Okay, so it's upset. I don't get it. All commands. Accessory host delegated to accessory config hosts, but accessory config is nil. Can you use Hatchbox with Hetzner? I'm assuming. I don't know why Chris wouldn't do that. But I don't have Yeah, right here. Deploy anywhere with these, including these hosting providers. So it looks like it does support. They do support Hetzner. Oh, right. I wanted to go into /root /.Kamal. So there's audit logs. Maybe the .profile. Let me move this over just to make sure I'm not leaking any keys or anything. Oops. Cat. Okay, that's not it. Let's see. Local modpacks playground. The modpacks folder was one of the volumes we tried. Let's cd into Kamal /root /.Kamal. And then let's check the chords, cd chords. So this has 2 Dean-out profiles in it and 1 deployer. So maybe I have to get rid of the... Maybe I have to get rid of one of these, or these 2 Dean-out profiles, because now we're trying to switch over to the deploy. And maybe you can't like rename your service as you're going. Should be kind of weird, but whatever. Let's try this. Let's rm rm-rf. Well, actually, let's cd into one of these Dean-outs first. 7. This just has a coordinate. Okay, cd out of here. rm-rf Dean-out. rm-rf the other one. Dean-out. Here we go. Dean-out. Like that. Okay. Let's try this again. It's still upset. I really don't know what we broke. I say we. I don't know what I broke. I'm not going to blame you guys for this. Accessory config is nil. Data, accessories, game, roles, web. I don't think there's anything in here that should indicate a change. Kamal. There's got to be a command or something that's like reconfig it. Let me go over. I'm going to check the config one. It says it shows keys, so give me a second just to make sure. Kamal config. Primary host, version, repository, absolute image, service, volume args, accessories, health checkpoint. I mean, that's all fine. Kamal commands. Let's try this again. Move this back over. Do this. Go over here. All right, Kamal commands. Accessories, app. You try that Kamal app and see if there's anything in there. Kamal app boot. Boot the app on the server. Show the containers, details. Help images, logs, remove stale containers, version. None of that helps. Kamal accessories. Accessory. Whatever. Kamal accessory logs. Kamal accessory logs deployer dash game. Delegation error. Accessory host delegated to the accessory config host. But accessory config is nil. So how do I unnil the accessory config? Oh, because like it has stuff here, but this is nil. Why? Why do you hate me? Kamal docs. Let's see. Configuration. Accessories are long-lived services. The hosts that the accessories run on. Now you can boot them. Accessory images must be public or tagged in your private registry. Still not helpful. Any of these flags helpful? Not really. Oh. One sec. Alrighty. Okay. Let's see if any of these flags can save us. Verbose, quiet, version, primary. No. Roles. Is there like a Kamal eject and then like Kamal reconfigure? Is that a command? Kamal setup, Kamal server. Hold on. Let's do this. Kamal server, bootstrap servers with curl and Docker. Kamal rollback, prune old application images and container. Kamal prune. Prune all. Okay. Kamal health check. Oops, health check. Okay, this is a good sign. That was supposed to be the easy part. Docker PS. There's a bunch of stuff here. Exception while executing. Docker stack is status 125. Unable to find image, whatever. Locally. Error response from Daemon. Manifest for this. Not found. Okay, so something is a little bit messed up here. This right here, right? 200 uncommitted. Okay, so the end here is different. So yeah, it seems like it's specifically trying to access these with like the entire string here instead of just using the name. Unless I'm crazy, which is possible. So there's the ID. Here's the image. So it's trying to check if this image, unable to find image locally. So maybe what I have to do then is let's do a Docker container and let's just stop all the containers. Can we do like a Docker purge all? The great Docker purge. Docker container. Docker container PS. Docker stop. Or maybe Docker container stop. We want to stop the deployer web whatever. Docker container stop the deployer game. I'm debating of building a CRM into my existing Rails app so I don't have to pay Zendesk for sales leads and support tickets, etc. Well, that's a lot of programming. Yeah, that's what always gets me. It's similar with like the WYSIWYG editors. Every time I see the prices, I'm like, I should just go build my own. And I'm like, oh, but that's a ton of work. Never mind. I don't actually want to do that. Because like, yeah, the chunk that they take off the top where they're like, oh yeah, it's a convenience fee is actually a lot. Docker container stop. I want to stop this one. And all those services do add up. Docker container stop traffic. Docker container prune. Prune them all. Docker container PS. Okay, they're all gone now. Docker image PS. LS, sorry. Okay, Docker image prune. Yes. Did that get rid of any of these? It didn't. Okay, Docker image. So we can't prune them. I want to have to remove them all though. That'd be ridiculous. Docker image ps or ls. Okay, well, whatever. So everything is now done, right? 1,000 a month or 1,000 lines of code. Yeah, at that point, I might be tempted by the 1,000 lines of code. Kamal setup. So all of that's gone now, and then we'll just already pay 500 a month to host my app on DigitalOcean. Oof. Yeah, that's a rough one. That is quite the server. Oh, and it broke it. Okay. No such container traffic. Okay, but isn't that what, when I say setup, isn't that what you're supposed to do, is set up the server? Conflict, the container. Oh, and now you're telling me that the container, oh my God. Container PS. Well, that's a build kit container. Up 48 minutes. Oh, that's a local version. Don't give me that. Container stop. This one. Docker container prune. Yes, get rid of it. What is this? Oh, that was, oh, I ran that locally. That was so stupid of me. SSH root at this location, Docker container PS. You now think the name deployer game is already in use. It shouldn't be though. Docker container stop deployer game, Docker container prune. Okay. It deleted 2. So is it like trying to, it shouldn't be trying to reset these. It probably went through. Yeah, right here. So this started it. Then it was upset. So well set up. DigitalOcean app services and dual managed database primary / secondary. Gotcha. Yep, that would do it. It does unfortunately add up very quickly. Especially if you're trying to do things properly and not just going, well, gosh, I hope nothing fails. Failed programming, external connectivity and endpoint traffic. Bind for this port is already allocated. Okay. This is listed here. Maybe we got to get rid of this one. Kamal setup. The container deployer game is already in use. Well, like in the nicest way, Kamal, maybe then you could do something with that information instead of making me manually manage all of this stuff, because that feels like it defeats the purpose. Oh my God. Container PS. Docker container stop deployer dash game. Docker container prune. I'm ready to like rip out the accessory and just do something else because this is starting to get on my nerves. Okay, there it is. That starts the server again for the game. And then hopefully this time I can get through the setup process. The automated process can get through it, because God only knows why it keeps getting stuck at like the Docker commands. You would really think this would be the part where it feels most at home. But again, if I need this to work so that we can then manually restart it, so that we can see if manually restarting it is what's causing Kamal to break. Because if it is, then we probably have to go with a different approach. Because unfortunately, I think that, yeah, Kamal might not be the way to go then. My Rails app, I just ran a Rails stats on it, almost 15 lines of code since 2015. 15,000 lines of code since 2015. That's a respectable amount. Although when you consider it like nine years, that's actually not too bad. It means you don't have a bunch of tech debt that you're constantly refactoring every time you make a change. At least that's my interpretation of it. You know, I'm over here just thousands of lines of code change between attempts to get this thing to work. Okay. I'm going to actually disconnect from the server while this runs. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to see if the website's, yeah, okay. So now it says it's down, which I guess is in a weird way an improvement over what was just happening. What a pain. It's the one downside of all of these automated deploy tools. When they stop working, it just becomes like an even bigger headache than if you're just manually doing it. Although I have a hunch that this is ultimately going to have to like switch out for some different kind of service. I don't want to say the K word yet, but I'm getting the feeling that this might be solved with the K word. Thanks to ChatGPT's help to refactor all lines of code. I'm right there with you. That's how I created my service earlier. Okay, so this worked this time. Let's see if this is up and running. It is, with all of the mods. So what I'm going to try, I haven't touched anything else. We're going to do a Kamal accessory. Was it logs for deployer dash game? And it doesn't work. So like at this point, I really don't know what to do except for, I don't even know, like completely wipe the server and just restart. I don't know what caused this to break from 30 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago to now. It's such a, maybe, all right, I'm desperate. Using the Kamal gem. Any idea what this error means? Yeah. Fails because accessory config is nil. Okay, that's really not helpful. Presumably host or attribute. This could happen for several reasons. The accessory config. Hold on. Files changed. Actually, I can just come over here and check real quick. Config. Come into deploy. I want to come over here to the history. Come back to the Git hooks working. And then come into the deploy. Okay, I guess we didn't even do this. So let's browse files, config, deploy. Accessories, MC, servers, service. Service is deployer. Web servers. Accessories. Roles web. I was thinking maybe I like typoed something when I did my last change. But this all seems exactly the same. If I come over here and refresh, this will still work. I'm going to do this because we don't actually need this. The only thing I can think of is that we broke something like on the server that the setup normally runs that it's not running now. Let's go back one more. Let's go back to, what was it? I mean, yeah, we only really have the initial commit at this point, right? Yeah, so I don't, what I'm thinking is what could have broken it was the switch, like the rename, oops, the rename here. Maybe it does some kind of weird change or some kind of like initial setup for the service. And then if you rename your service, it causes it to break. But I don't know how to fix that. And ChatGPT is, I mean, it's trying its best, but all of this is very, this is a very accessible answer, I'll say. Everyone can read that answer and understand what it's saying. As far as it being helpful, however, that's a different story. So, Kamal, details about all containers. DNS Facebook. Ian VFI, health check, help, init, lock, prune, redeploy, registry. Oh, wait, right here. Kamal remove. So remove all containers and images. Sure. Just completely get rid of it on the server. And then maybe if I redeploy, that'll cause the service name change to take effect. Let's do Kamal setup again. Let's just see if this fixes it. What a pain. I really thought the Minecraft change would work. Apparently the comfort food isn't helping either. Okay, so that worked. Now we try this. All of this is cached. Which I don't think that's part of the problem. Because it like creates the user and all that stuff, so that seems fine. Rails master key. Yeah, I don't know. Let's come over here. This should still be down, which it is. We can check the Minecraft server too, which is also down, which also makes sense. So now we get the old version error, and then that'll change once this finishes. Let's see if we can if we can connect. So we still have all the info here. But until we get the accessory command working, I don't know how we get anything else working. But I guess if this is the issue, it's probably not restarting it through Docker that's breaking it, since this is just happening out of the box now. And I don't think we have the service running. Although I guess I could check again. I'm pretty sure at this point we've stopped it. Let's come in here and see. I need the systemctl command status. So yeah, this has been off now. So there shouldn't be anything like restarting it that would cause the accessory to break. So that kind of throws that theory out the window. Oh man. Okay, so this is done now. Maybe I need to like Google if there's some kind of, there's got to be some kind of setup it's doing that's causing the thing to not work. But there's like nobody talking about this, the Kamal stuff. Every time I try to search for like Kamal Rails, it's like the same basic deploy, and then there's no real discussion of, I don't know, using the tool in any, I don't know, deviated capacity, which I didn't help. I made like the initial tutorial too, but it feels like all of us just stopped after we did the initial tutorial and we're like, all right, we're done here. I'm going home. Okay, so let's do the Kamal accessory logs. Okay, let's go into the gem. Kamal gem. This is the only way we're going to figure anything out. We're looking for Kamal commands accessory hosts. Or something, I don't know. Let's open this up in VS Code. Go cry in a corner. Okay. Config.accessories. Select accessory.accessory hosts include host.2s. So this has to, yeah, we can all have like a party in the corner. Just go cry there. Kamal accessories. And this is upset specifically about hosts. Config.accessories.flatmap. Configuration accessory. Yeah, I don't know. It's something, I must have broken something. Okay, is there a like initial setup that it runs through? SSH kit with ext. Into configuration. Raw config. Deploy.yaml is in the right location. Again, it's deploying it, so I don't know what its problem is. And it's not telling us the config file wasn't found. It's telling us like the commands accessory hosts. Kamal commands accessory hosts. The only thing I can think of at this point is to just wipe the server and redo this. Or we could get rid of the accessories block and then redefine it after. Don't know. Let's come back over to the README real quick and take a look at their accessories example. Accessories with the name. Okay. MySQL, Redis, which has roles, which is how we're doing it here. The publish is in quotes, but this is under options. Oh, but we grabbed this from the, and again, this is all stuff that was working before. I wish there was like a rollback app to the version. Registry session. Kamal details. Deploy your game. Remove it. Hosts. Run the command on these hosts instead. Don't need that. Details. Deployer dash game. I mean, do I just try to reset the server? Oh, it feels like such a pain in the... And the problem is if I reset it, there's no guarantee this will work either, right? Like there's a good chance I reset it and we just run into the same problem. But I don't know what else to do. So let me see if I can log into the Contabo server and just rebuild it. Like that. Okay. This is a VPS. Reinstall. Performs a reinstallation of the regarding VPS. Please be advised that all data will be lost in the process. Okay. Let me stop the server. Run a reinstall. Okay. Generate a password. Copy the password. We need to open up one password. Change the login information here. One sec, just doing very questionable security practices on the other screen. I'm sure you all understand. You've all definitely been there before. Okay, let's close this. Wait, that was not the right password. Yeah, so edit this. Like that. Yeah, okay, save. Close. Start installation. Okay, so that should wipe this and restart it. And then we can reasonably deduce if it's, I don't even know, if it's Kamal being cringe or if the server got messed up somehow. Or maybe we run into the same issue and then we know it's something wrong with how we're doing this. But right now, the pre-connect is just echoing a couple things. So this isn't doing anything. So this is just an empty Kamal deploy. But man, I'm at such a loss. Okay, and let's see how this is going. Status is pending. Status is running. So let me try to SSH in. Oh, and that changed. Alrighty, one sec. I have to go do some housekeeping. Let's come over here. This one. And I need the password. And I just saved this one. Copy. Paste. Okay. And then I need to configure the server if I disable that. So without password. Yeah, do all that. SSH copy. All right, and then I have to /SSH. Oh wait. Tilde. Saw a Cognito message in Discord. You okay? Is anyone hurt? What just happened? Did the server just go down again? Progress running. Oh. Running. The installation is currently running. The progress bar shows an estimation of how much of the process is left. Oh, so it just acted like it was working. Yeah, there was a discussion about Cognito, like authentication and stuff. The only thing that really hurt was like my wallet when I looked at the prices. Aside from that, it seemed fine. Oh, and the fact that it couldn't connect, or it couldn't, what was it? If you manually created an account and you tried to log in with like social media or like a Gmail account, you couldn't do that for some reason. That also seemed kind of weird. All right, I'm done snacking. Maybe that'll cause my anger for Kamal to go away. Account linking is a nightmare. That's what it sounded like. Yeah, I found that issue I posted, like the Stack Overflow issue, and it just sounded like they went, "It's not my problem, dude," and that was it. Cognito is good for very basic auth, but it's too hard to extend. That does sound like an Amazon service to me. Okay. What I don't understand is why it let me connect and then it kicked me off, and now it's apparently going through all these steps. So for background, I managed to brick. Also is only of the cheapest, by the way. Yeah, the budget option seemed okay for like monthly active users, but when you use like the advanced security features, it just went through the roof. I think like 10,000 users, 10,000 monthly active users with the advanced security features was like $514 a month. $10,000. $700 per month. Jesus. What is going on here? I personally like Clerk, but it isn't cheap. I like the ones where I can just use a slider to figure out what the cost is. I'm assuming that probably isn't good for business. For obvious reasons. Yeah. This is up to here. 2 cents per user after 10K. Gotcha. Yeah, the advanced security features added like 5 cents, 5.5 cents per user or something like that. After, or no, those were always. If you didn't have the advanced security features, it was like 0.5 cent with AWS, I think. Okay, status is finished. So can I like connect now? I have to. Okay, now you want the password again, just like last time. Okay. Cost per user is always the same. Clerk charges a monthly fee for advanced features. I just use Azure Active Directory. Advanced fee, monthly fee for advanced features like 2-factor or B2B. They really do just run away with it. one sec. I am doing questionable security practices off camera. So just pretend that everything I'm doing here is totally above board. Is the IP address again? There it is. 154.3.46.232. Like that. And then I need to put in this again. Is this the Krusty Krab? Might as well be. No such file or directory. Okay. More fan to roll my own auth. It isn't hard. Yeah, I found that it's usually not. If you look at a price like that, it becomes significantly easier to justify rolling your own. Okay, make dir. Okay. Root at there. Okay, so that's working again. Debatably, whatever. Okay, we'll come over here. We're going to pretend none of that happened. So I'm now going to try to use Kamal again. And we're going to hope this thing isn't going to accessory us. Okay. It doesn't even recognize that something could be broken here. Deployer-game. I want to do logs, I guess. Okay, this has me thinking that it was not a server issue. This is a client issue because it's not even trying. So how do I like reconfigure this? I heard Kamal. That's my call to get back to work. See. Oh. I lose more friends that way. Okay. Accessory host delegated to accessory config.host. The accessory config is nil. Okay, let's go to Google. Let's see if this has an error that's been searched for. Trying to stop/remove an accessory. I incorrectly edited the command and gave a poor message. What I actually ran was this, which is a nonsense command, but it gives this. This is confusing message because the problem isn't that there isn't a host config option. It's that I've used stop for the accessory command. Okay. Details. Game. Docker command not found. Details. Deployer-game. Dude, is this because I've been prefixing it with... It would be nice if instead of giving me this, your config is empty, it just told me, hey, person of questionable intelligence, this is not what this accessory doesn't exist. You're not using the right name. God. Okay, well, at least we know that it is once again because I don't understand how this tool works and not because something's breaking. Might be worth a PR, yeah. I feel like this has the same energy, and this is actually what caused me to see this, but because what I was doing, I've been using the name of the Docker container, which is the it's the service name hyphen the accessory name. I guess here I don't do that. Here I'm just using the accessory name, which makes sense, but because I'm sitting there switching back and forth, and I got these Kamal whatever command doesn't exist. Like this to me just looked like I was switching the name of the service broke the whole thing. I was like, that's weird that it can't handle changing the service name, but I guess this makes more sense. Once again, I am my own worst enemy when it comes to this stuff. But like, it's good. I sit here, I suffer through multiple hours on stream. And then when I go to make that Kamal masterclass video, Man, there's going to be so many words of wisdom I can tell people, and they're going to be like, wow, he just knows this tool inside and out. He's so smart. And they're not going to know. That's just because, like, I spent 4 hours banging my head against the monitor one day, and that's how I found out this is something that can happen. So frustrating. Okay. But this is also good, to be fair, because this will test how much of this process can actually be automated. Because we've now blown away the entire server. Nothing exists on here anymore. And then we'll try to upload a zip file and we'll try to deploy it to the game and we'll see if that works. But that does mean that I got to go into the pre-connect. And I want to allow this to happen again. Okay. Unfortunately, that means that all of this is going to like take forever to run. Now, yeah, because it should go through this at some point. So there's a couple things I was thinking about then while it's running. Because we're working on the command executor right now, which would allow us to run arbitrary commands on the server, whatever server it is. Because I realized like we can't technically run, like let's say for Minecraft, you can't give someone 64 diamonds or whatever running the setup because there's no way for the Rails container to do that command on the Minecraft server. So I thought it'd be good if we had like a way to do that from here, from like the actual website. Which we can do in a similar way to how we did the file checker. So what the file checker is doing is this is just a service that runs indefinitely, and every minute it checks if Rails has deployed a you have a pending update or you have a pending restart file. If it sees that the service needs to be restarted or that the Minecraft container needs to be restarted because it sees that file, it knows to restart it. So every minute it'll restart it, then it deletes the file. So when we unzip the mods into the mods folder, we then create a pending restart flag file, and then it sees it and then goes, okay, I got to restart the server. So that's one way. But the other one that we can do here is we can say like create the command and then read the command from the command file and then execute the command, then delete the command file or empty the command file. I don't know. All of this does kind of scare me though, because this all screams like race condition to me. Because you know this is going to break somehow. But I kind of want to get the logic out and working first, and then I'll go through it and I'll make sure it's like doing it properly. Which realistically, what I'll probably do is just, I don't know, throw it in a database or something, and then just go from there. Add another accessory. Okay, so this is up and running. Are the mods published on something like Maven? I don't know how CurseForge does it. I think with them, it's either through their client or you have to use like their API or something. Which is why I would prefer it if like the user just sets up their stuff locally and then they just zip this up. And then you can just upload it that way. Because I was reading through it like last week maybe, and they mentioned that like CurseForge no longer allows you to just download these things the same way you could before, because I'm assuming they get way too much bandwidth being wasted from people using them like a CDN almost. I was more thinking it'd be more convenient if you wouldn't have to zip the mods and upload. Yeah, that would be better, but I don't know where like a central host for it is. Now, if you were to set something like this up, you could also just make yourself the central host and just pull it from yourself if you wanted to. So you just have to clone each mod locally and then, I don't know, let the users search and filter on your platform. Might be one way to do it. But I'm assuming for that, you'd have to like integrate with someone like CurseForge too, to make sure you're getting like whatever updates they get. Because then if you used yourself as a CDN, you could just have like a little box or a little like menu. You go through and you go, I want this one and this one and this one and this one. Seems like you could download them from the website. Yeah, like you can grab the URL if you set it up right. I think if you go through like the actual CurseForge website, you can probably just like find it if you right click somewhere, right? Go over to files, download file, which shows you the URL like in the bottom left. And then you could just probably grab that. Yeah, this one right here. Okay, refresh. Mods. Oops, not that. Mods. Okay, so we have this. Let's come over here. Single mod pack. One mod pack. Let's do this. Come over to here. This is the single one, so we'll upload this one. Update. That caused something to break. Okay, new mod. 4 pack of mods. Choose file, and then I want to let's just delete this. Highlight all of these. Actually, you know what? Okay. I don't know why I've been doing it like this. And then we'll compress this to a zip and name it 4 mods. Okay, like that. And then I want to come into the controller real quick. Dashboard controller. Just make sure that the logic here works. So it grabs the zip file from here, opens it, and extracts it. So I don't think the name matters here. Let's just try 4mods.zip. Update. Okay. So that's breaking. Let me come over to the mods controller. Creates it. If you can save it, redirect to the mod URL. Kamal app logs. Okay. Undefined local variable or method turbo stream for this. Oh, yep. Mod.rb. Because in here we did this to talk about turbo earlier and I forgot to remove it. Okay. Kamal deploy. Redeploy? I don't know. We'll try it. Okay. It also sets this up. Can't access this, not a directory. Okay. Not a problem. Reconnect. SSH root at Kamal hosts. And we want to make the test directory if it doesn't exist. Yeah. Like that. And we can do, well, this doesn't actually need to happen. So we can do it like this. Okay, let me just see where this is at. Back to mods. Okay, so we have all of these now. Let's come over here, refresh. Incompatible. So let's deploy the 4-pack. Says it's successfully deployed. And now we have to wait for the time to tick over to 8:28. Actually, this won't work yet because we don't have the thing up and running yet, right? Oh, no, that seems to... Something just restarted it. Oh, I bet when this runs through, it restarts it. Why is it Kamal hosts plural? Could it be more than one? I'm assuming maybe that's why. So I'm wondering if I add a second one, if that causes this to break. Because right now I'm just grabbing it, but I'm assuming if you have like 2 here for like a different IP, that could then cause this maybe to be an array or something. And then I can't just use it like this anymore. Yep, I figured. A lot of this is held together with toothpicks and glue right now, and I'm just hoping for the best. Because especially when it comes to like the Kamal stuff, I'm just like, dude, I don't know, man. There's so little information about it that I'm hoping that stuff kind of works how I think it does. And then I just go until I run into something like that config error message. I'm like, okay, at least we know that one's broken. I'm gonna have to redeploy after this too, because I gotta run that script again. This one. My goal here is I want to get to a point where, like I was talking about this earlier, I want to get it so that everyone in my Discord server of friends, I can just hand it to someone, give them like tell them to like set up a server, just get access to a server, and then just deploy a game there. Bonus points if I can get it into a state where they can then switch between Minecraft and like Valheim, for example, without needing to know how to do any of this Linux crap that nobody cares about. Or I guess like we care about, but they don't care about. Like the users don't care. Hey Marcel, hope you're doing well. Okay, so that works. Let's do a deploy, because that should fire off the file exists. Wait, hold on. Make dir cannot create directory test file exists. Chmod cannot access file, not a directory. Okay, cd out of here. cd into the test directory, not a directory. rm-rf test. I don't know why I did that. It literally just told me it's not a directory. But whatever. Pre-connect hook is running. Okay, so it sets all of that up. cd into test. Gives us our file checker.sh. The rest of the stuff gets put into the systemd folder. And then we can do a system systemctl status. Oh, we don't have access to it. Systemctl status file checker dot service. Okay, that one's running, and then we got to do dot timer, I think. Started runs file checker service every minute. Okay, so that's working now. And then if I ll into, what is it? We need to go into /var/lib/docker/data/_data. Cannot access var/lib/docker/volumes/data. Doesn't have a pending restart, which means the time might have just ticked over, which means this should now be restarting, which it looks like it is. And then we should be good to go. Ooh, you know what else would be cool? If we could do a thing that... If we could have some way to check what the current status of the server is and display it on here. Like a, I don't know, a red if it's down, a yellow if it's starting or restarting, and a green if it's up. That would be cool. Which we could either do it from the service end, or maybe there's a way to like ping it or something. I don't know. Okay, so that should be working. Okay, so we're back up. We have this. Now this is going to be a different world now because we've blown away the entire server. Like none of our save is here. If the save is here, that raises a bunch of different questions. Well, it looks like I can't even connect, so. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I need to set up some kind of monument to my sins again. Okay, hold on. That way we can at least make sure when we test it that it's going back to the same world. Oh, enter. What's the other one? Inventory. The worst controls imaginable when you start this stuff. Okay. Game mode, creative. And we're also going to come in here. Video settings. 2, 3, something like that. Okay. And then if we come over here, we have access to the waystones and the create stuff. So this is working again. Okay. And then we want to make some kind of monument. So I don't know, gold. Just something where I can quickly identify that, you know, stuff is up and running. Hey, Ark, thanks for the Prime sub. I hope it's worth it as I just sit here and mess around for 5 hours every day. All right, so that should be good. And then when we disconnect and reconnect, we should see that each time. And then immediately we can go, okay, it's working. So that's good. Now I want to do a Kamal accessory log. Is it logs for game? Okay, so that's good. Now I want to do the execute commands one, which if I come over to our command executor, we have this. So if I do docker exec-i for deployer-game archon-cli, I'm here peeking in what you're doing. Yeah, nothing good. Does it need to be a string? Time set day like this? Okay, so I'm going to connect because we tried this earlier. But neat if you could create a custom mod that could talk to your dashboard / control things. That's so smart. That's such a that's such a simple, elegant solution for so many of the things that I want to do. Okay, yeah, so we see that Archon set the time today. So can I Archon give Dean IOCOM 4664? Oh, wait. Time set day. Give Dean IOCOM TNT. There we go. Okay. Like you could just inject that mod alongside the ones they upload. Yeah, so like you could just initially, you could even just keep it in here, like you're saying, and then when you do like the pre-connect, just push that jar file into the mods directory or something, which would open up so many doors. All right, you know what? That's going in the README because that also gives me the dirty excuse that no one here is going to want to hear. But it gives me the excuse or the justification to go play around in like a Java mod environment. And if you thought the frustrations with Kamal were high, just wait. The last time I touched, I think it was Fabric, the Fabric API, I wanted to throw something like 90% of the time. It was so annoying. Modding Minecraft in Java is fun though. Yeah, it was a lot of fun once I figured out how to make things work. But I spent like 3 days trying to get a GUI to appear on screen. And I was like, why is this so hard? But it was like right around the time they did a major version change. And the only point of reference that I had was the Calpinjo Fabric tutorials. This felt like the only resource on the planet that was like up to date for this. So I was just going through his entire playlist at the time, trying to figure out how to do this. I'm going to link it just in case anyone cares. If you ever want to mod Minecraft, this is the channel to watch. Super helpful. Okay, so we have that though. We're going to do like a cool ideas section. We could do a forge/fabric/whatever mod. Now, the downside of this is we would have to do this for like every type of thing that they would potentially deploy. So it might just be like a flavor thing, but I don't know. Mod that we deploy alongside modded servers to assist with, I don't know, like managing the server. Something like that. But yeah, this could be interesting. And then the other one was like a, let me just do this. The other one was a Discord bot integration with the server management. Because then you could just go over to Discord and type like /switch deployer-game to Valheim and ta-da, it's just done. But again, if we have like a website, I don't even know how necessary that is. Okay, but we have this. Let's go back to the mods list. We have the one mod pack. So let's try this. Make sure this is working. Okay, I'm going to deploy the single mod pack Tells me it was successful. We have to wait till 8:39. Then the server will go down. And then we can do that. I'm going to connect and we're just going to watch it go down in real time because I don't think we've done that yet. Unless it just went down while I did that. That's also entirely possible. It just went down. Yeah, okay. All right. And then we want to do the command executor, right? Because we have this. Might need to return the command somehow, but for now we'll just leave it like this, or like the output of the command. There's probably a way to listen to it, but we'll worry about that in a bit. So we execute this in here. Then we execute that we ran the command maybe in single quotes, command in the container. And we log that out to command executor service.log, which is just in test, along with pretty much everything else. And then we remove the flag file, but we don't want to remove the flag file from here. Or yeah, we want to do that, but we want to remove the flag file from here, which is var lib docker volumes data underscore data command executor. Okay, and then over here in the, maybe in the dashboard for now, we'll do this. Def command test. Okay, so for this, realistically, this is going to be its own model at some point. Right now, I'm just going to have I'm going to have the command hard coded. So I'm going to have it set to, maybe it can run like I can do that title command that I always do whenever I'm annoying people. Okay, one sec. Let me switch this back over to the 4 mod pack real fast. I'm going to go over to single player and just connect here real quick because I need to figure out what the command is before I do this. Okay. I think it's something like /set title, and then admin abuse is what I usually run. Tell the story of Kamal for the new viewers. Yeah, so there's this tool from Rails that allegedly lets you deploy things super easily. It's like you run it once and then it just works, which is how I saw it presented to me on the subreddit. And then I proceeded to try getting it to just work. I think the video where I got it working, it was the 5th attempt at the video. And there was one error I knew was going to happen in the video. And I was like, you know, at this point, it's not even like it just works. It's already, there's one guaranteed error I'm going to run into. But then like the video went okay. It broke at the exact point I thought it would break. And I came back to it 4 days later to Kamal, tried to deploy to a different app. Didn't work at all. I ended up having to like reinstall my WSL and add a whole new like Linux distro just to get it to work. And now I have to type a specific command to add like my build environment to the Rails gemlock every time I try to start. But once you jump through all those hoops and you deal with the fact that apparently it doesn't tell you if you're trying to run the wrong thing, like there's no helpful error messages there, it does kind of just work. But unfortunately, it has caused quite a few memes with pretty much everyone at this point. Okay, so it's /title at a title, and then the title. It took him 9 hours to figure that. I think it was only like 8 hours. But I could also just be full of invalid chat component. Does it have to be double quotes? It does have to be double quotes. Admin abuse. Do it like this. Admin abuse. Okay, so we want to copy this. Let me run this, and that pops up a title. So now if we connect to the server, we can then try to run this command. So I'm going to say the command to run equals single quotes this. Okay. And then we want to write this to a file. We need to write this to the... Yeah, okay, so... Maybe we do it like this. We might need to refactor this a bit. I'm going to copy it real quick. But we're going to change this to create command execute file. I learned to love percent parentheses for strings like that. I should probably be doing that. This needs to take in a command to run. Yeah. Okay, so we have the command to run, and then we also need, I'm going to pass in as well a file location maybe. We'll just say file path. Maybe that's a better way to do it. Okay. So we have the command to run. We need to put that in here instead of writing hello world. Right? And then same deal here. The file path would then replace all of this. I think. So we do this, get rid of this, and get rid of this. Oh, wait, hold on. No, we want to put all of these in the same flag file location. So I actually want to keep this. I think I want to change the pending restarts, though. I actually want it to be more like this. File name. I think this is how we want it to work. Switch this to a file name. It then writes the command to run. The reason you're using file.open over just file.write, spaghetti code mostly. It's mostly just a consequence of, I wrote this so that I could get to this because I just needed something to write it. But I think if we set it up like this, we can switch this out too, right? Because we need it to be pending restart, or we need it to be whatever the other one is. We can come in here and we can say create pending restart flag file, which would be command. Oh, apparently my Twitch tab just ran out of memory or something. That was weird. Command to run, and then we need a file name, which we have over here. We're expecting command executor equals command executor. Pass this in like that. And then we can probably refactor this too and just use pending restart instead. So let me see. What is this? Yeah, let me control F for this one. This is also doing it incorrectly. Do it like that. Then we have this needs to be the create command executable, whatever. There we go. Create command execute file, and then we want to use this wherever we have these pending restarts, and instead we'll do the command to run will just be the empty strings. We don't need anything in here. And then the pending restart is the name. Not the cleanest solution, but it works for now. Something like that. And then that should let us get rid of the pending restart file, right? Because we go into the data directory, pending restart. We go into the data directory, pending restart. Like that. I think. Oops. Okay. I think that's good. Okay. Gotta look something up on the other screen real quick. Yeah. Okay. so I think that's fine. And then we wanted to come in here and change this, right? So file.write. What does file.write take? Name of the file, and then it's just like this. Something like that. File.write, and then same deal over here. Like that. Bin/dev. Okay, then we can come over here. Okay, localhost /mods. We have both of these, so we want to test this one. This is going to go to the data mods directory, right? So data mods. Go ahead and let's delete these. Delete them. I'm going to come down to the data mods again and delete the pending restart as well. I'm going to click on 4 mods for the price of 1 and hit deploy. Data closes. Now data opens. We have a pending restart and we have the 4 files using the file.write. Open up pending restart. There should be nothing in here, which is good. Okay. And then I want to try the command execute one. But I don't really have a way to run this one yet. So I'm going to try that. We have the command test. We're going to create an endpoint. Let's go to the routes. We can come over here and we can do git command test to dashboard command test. Okay. And we want to come over here to /API/v1/command test. Okay. And then we can control B, come over here to the command executor, and this has our thing in it. Okay. So it works on my machine. And then we just have to try pushing this up and seeing if this works on the other machine. Though I have to say, the impressive thing is how much of this works out of the box without needing to set anything else up. So I'm just realizing that like going back to restarting the server, it did require us to sit through a Kamal setup, but it was just like, that's it. And then we were done. So that's nice. And then we have the scripts over here, the command executor, which checks for the command executor file. And then it grabs the command out of the file. And then it executes the command. So then we need a command executor service. Command executor dot service. Come into the file checker service, copy it into here. And this description needs to be executes commands on the accessory service. One shot, the exec start is here. We do still need to move this, but we'll say this is in command executor.sh. And then we can grab the file checker timer and create a command executor timer. Command executor dot timer. Paste this in. Runs command executor service every, I don't know, 5 minutes or 5 seconds, I guess. Which does mean we have to change this. Systemd time parser. Is there, please tell me there's one of these. Y'all got any time parsers around here? Please? Sure would love to pass some time without having to test this. What does this time parser for systemd do? Every minute of every hour of every day. Okay. So I need this to run every, what was it? It was like systemd every 15 seconds. One of these had it. It was this one, but it's not because he wanted it to be this one. It's because he had the wrong thing set. Your syntax translates every 15 seconds. Okay. Okay, so we'll try this. Every 15 seconds, and then we'll make sure this is running the right thing. It's command executor service. All right, command executor service, and then we have the command executor, container name, and it logs it out here. Okay, so let's try it. Kamal deploy. Let me make sure the pre-connect is doing everything it needs to. This is where we're going to have to change this to run in, like run through the folder and just deploy an entire zip file's worth of stuff. But for now, we can just deal with this. Yeah, we need this to be this. And then we need to replicate these as well. Or the command executor. Blah, 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 blah. Rest of that's fine. Let's see what this does. Kamal deploy. Give it a minute. Okay, we have the command executor.sh on here. Creates a symlink. Okay. And I'm going to connect to the server. Because again, we haven't deployed a new mod pack, so it shouldn't restart. Probably. But it might restart because we're redeploying everything. I don't know. Okay. So this one can sit over here. And then we want to go over to here, and we want to go to the same endpoint, which is going to be this one. deanout.com/this endpoint once the Rails app updates. And then this should run the title command on the server. And then you create like I don't know, little message thing, like you're doing a real-time chat. You just create like a little message input thing where you can type in your command, and then it should just put it in the file. Service should pick it up 15 seconds later and execute it. It'll be a little delayed, but for now, it's good enough. Just something to get that up and running. Because the hard part here is keeping it all on the server owner's like machine. They don't have to set anything up, and then trying to give them similar functionality to what they would have if they paid for like a platform to do all of this for them. So it's a fine line walking that balance where you're like, let's make sure that everyone can use this, but also that it's just as strong as the other stuff. It'll be interesting to try this moving forward. And then I'm really curious how much of this I'll be able to reuse when I go to try like a different game. Because like the Archon command will change, so that'll have to be like on a per game basis. So you might have to deploy a different set of scripts depending on what game the user selects, is another thing to think about. So you almost want to deploy like a service managing service or like a service orchestrator onto the system, where you can then deploy things that tell you which services to run depending on what game you're running. And then it can like turn off and turn on like the Minecraft services when you're playing Valheim, for example. The most over-engineered solution imaginable. Okay, so that worked. Let's come over here. We hit the endpoint. It doesn't do anything as far as we can tell, but then we got to wait like 15 seconds. Or some multiple of 15 seconds, assuming that command actually runs every 15 seconds. But I got to come over here and figure out what that command was. It's the command executor timer. 1 second left. Oh, it's triggering the file checker service. That's no good. Wait, hold on. Command executor, command executor, command executor. Command executor. Probably want to do this. Q. Command executor. Triggers the file checker service. So let me come over here and see what the timer is doing here. What's the command? Oh, right here. It's executor.service. Okay, but the good news is we can also just Kamal deploy that real quick. And then as soon as this is done, which we just wait for it to say it's done, we can then control C it and we should be fine. There we go. And we can do a Kamal lock release. Okay. Oh, there we go. We just saw it showing new title for Deanin.com. So let's see if in 15 seconds it tries to show the title again. But it shouldn't, because we already know in the volume, the command executor flag should be gone now. So let me try this. I'm going to hit the endpoint again. I'm going to LL again. Now we have a command executor flag. The title appears. And then we can run it again. And now the title's gone. Is Archon a Minecraft thing? I want to say yes, but I don't know. I think there's a couple other games that are doing something similar. But Archon started with Minecraft, I think. Yeah, Archon is a TCP IP-based protocol that allows server administration to remotely execute Minecraft commands. So yeah. But it is really nice. I don't know if there's a similar option for, let me try. Valheim Archon. My server host gives me an Archon address to use, however, I can't seem to find anything about it. Okay, so yeah, it looks like for most games, this isn't going to be an option. So it's probably like a more Minecraft specific type thing. But if I look at like the Valheim page, Valheim Docker container, I wonder if there's a way to execute commands. Is this bundled with Forge, or is that in the official server? I want to say this is included with Minecraft out of the box now, because I think I did this on a non-Forge server at some point. Yeah, it was really useful on one of the servers that I ran. Just being able to like execute the stuff somewhat arbitrarily. And in this case, it serves even more purposes because we can use it as a way to like communicate with the container. But I'm assuming if you have like a Valheim container, right, there's got to be a way to do commands on there, admin commands. Fig, in that you can list the IDs of all admins. The ID of a user can be gotten either by that or in the server log. Okay, in recent versions of Valheim, the game client has to be started with the dash console flag. This container uses this process supervisor. Yeah, so there's going to be like a whole separate section when we start trying to do additional games. But for right now, it looks like it ran it twice, so that's good. Every time we run it, it does this. Now, instead of like firing off a hard-coded command, you probably want to do like a command model, give them an input, and then have that command execute on the server. Okay, so let's do this. Git add dot commit -m add command executor. Okay, and then we can start doing this. We'll do Rails G. Let's just do a scaffold for commands, and then we'll do a, we have the time and the thing. So let's do like, I don't know, just content. I don't know how long a command could be. Maybe it's better if it's just text. Content text, although I'm going to call it body just because I don't like that. Okay. Okay, so we come to here. Let's do bin/dev. Let's go to our homepage. Run the pending migrations. Come to the homepage itself. And then I'm going to do this. I'm going to say upload your mod pack here. And we'll do a p tag that says run your admin commands here. And then we'll link to the commands path, like that. Command runner, and that takes us here. We can create a new command, which just takes in a body. And then when we create it, we want to do whatever's in our controller. So let's come into our dashboard controller. We have the command test right here. So we need to extract this out. Because we're going to be using this in multiple places. And then we need to grab this over here. Yeah, and then we want to copy this. Don't need to go to the command test, but we do need to do this on create. If command save, we would then do the command to run, which would now be the @command.body, I think. Okay, so let's try this. We need to actually, well, okay, we can actually try this locally, right? We can come over here and we can do slash, or I don't know, give Dean iocom TNT64, right? Create the command. This runs, it doesn't throw an error. We can come over to the command executor. So in our data, command executor now has that. So that's good. File that right. I need to put it into a. Do I put it into append mode? Or do I just create a new executor each time? That's a good question. You could... Yeah, this one's a lot more prone to going boom. But we'll try it. We'll stop the server. We'll do a Kamal deploy. Redeploy. like that. So my concerns right now are if I run multiple commands, how do I do that? Do I create a separate file for each one? Do I write to it? If I'm writing to it, does that cause some kind of weird setup? And how do I know when to stop writing to the file? I would ideally know when to stop writing to the file when the file no longer exists. We also run the risk of trying to write to the file as it's being deleted. So that's something else to consider then. So many like weird edge cases when you're sitting here trying to get this stuff to work. Now, this does get deleted each time we do this. If we come over here, we can do this. And then in theory, we can append as long as we need to, and then it'll when the command executor deletes the file, it'll then have to write to the new file. But again, if we write to it when the command executor is deleting it, we could run into some weird behavior. But that's fine. I think ultimately we're going to have to go with the approach of rewriting this off of how we're doing it. Because like right now, it's kind of just hacking together proof of concept. And then later we'll have to redo this, I think. It's more like an exploratory mission, because there's no world where you sit down and you go to make one of these things and you go, I have all the edge cases worked out already. So it's better to just throw yourself into it and see like what the edge cases are, assuming you have the time to do that. Especially when it comes to like other games, that's where I'm like, Now, thankfully, this will be mostly just a Minecraft one. You could realistically also like, assuming you had a mod for the Minecraft, you could just, I assume, authenticate with like some kind of token. And then that would allow you to do a lot of the stuff directly through like a connection to the mod, maybe? I don't know. Oh. Bunch of spaghetti code over here. Let me go over here to the home page. Gotta wait for it to update. There we go. Let's come over to the command runner. New command. Give Dean IOCOM TNT 64. Create command. Okay. That didn't create a command executey thing over here. Kamal app logs. Booted, ran, and then it just says, okay, I'm done. Here's your parameters. Redirected. Oh, wait, it just ran. Okay, so the file must have just gotten deleted as soon as I checked for it. Okay. So let's come in here then, and let's say new command, time set day. Oh, and then we can check for it. Yeah, so there's the command executor. Okay, so that changed the time. And now let me do IOCOM for TNT 3. Create command, back, new command, TNT 5, create command. Does that work, or does that make it go boom? We should have more than 3 if it works. Okay, so the command executor is gone now. Or the file's gone. I'm not seeing the stuff though. So that's where we probably broke it. So I'm assuming if you try and do like a Docker exec again, like this, and then you do 3, and then you do 5, this will probably throw an error, right? Yeah, incorrect arguments. But that works. So yeah, that's also something to consider, is that this is not great. Now, maybe there's a way to like allow the Archon connection from here. Login. Server returns a packet with the same request ID. Auth was successful. Packet type is 2, not 3. If your request or ID of -1, auth failed. So maybe there's a way to broadcast Archon to ops false. Archon password. Oh, okay. So you could probably set some kind of password here and then just use that. And then maybe you could just have the Rails app directly send the command instead of doing it through this command executor thing. But for that, I'm going to have to figure out how the Archon stuff works. So I guess to the Docker file or the Kamal file we go. Deploy.yaml. And then we come over to it's G Docker. And then we go over to their README. We're looking for, is Archon exposed over the network? That's my understanding, is you get an IP or you get a port, you get a password, and you have the option to broadcast it. TCP IP-based protocol that allows server admins to remotely execute Minecraft commands. So yeah, this is just open, I guess. Let me see, because I'm just executing here through the Docker container. Can I like... Okay, how can I run a Archon command on a Minecraft server? Can you give me an example, please? There's a... Wait, Archon gem Minecraft? Are you serious? A flexible Archon client. That's... Okay, hold on. Okay, wait. Client.authenticate, client.execute list. All right. Okay, we're going down another rabbit hole. All right, let's forget everything else I was doing. Bundle, add, Archon, RB. Okay. Let's try this. Let me keep the Minecraft server over here. I don't think there is an Archon password right now. So let me just go into like Rails C. Can I try it from here? Maybe I can try it from the dev server even. Okay. So we know that the... I have no idea what the port is. Is it 25565? 25565. We'll get rid of the password. I don't know if there is a password. And we'll change the IP to whatever the server's IP is. It means I have to disconnect to copy it. Okay, let's try this. Uninitialize constant Archon. Right. Archon. I have to, oh, right. Archon RB. Archon. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Client dot authenticate. negative string size or size too big. I wonder if I have to set the how to set Archon password. Adding an Archon password to your Counter-Strike Go server. So I wonder if other games also use Archon. Just try to execute. Oh, also a good point. I think I'm the longest watching so far. I'm adding an NHSTA record keeping into my Rails app upon creating the appointment, have a background job, run against the API, then send the email. If you've gotten all that done while I've been sitting here babbling for like 3 hours, that is incredibly impressive. I would be so distracted by the crap I've been saying for the last who knows how long. Okay, let's try this though. Client.execute give dean.iocom TNT3. Invalid response packet code error. Packet type code 17. Okay. Let me see. Let me go over to here and let me see if there's a way to Archon. Okay. Yeah, these are fun error messages. Yeah, they're incredibly helpful. Nothing I love more than an error message that says, here's a number, good luck. Okay, so I'm assuming if I come into here, I can do like Archon, true, which is the default. Archon password is going to be password. Archon port is going to be 255 whatever, 25575. And then we'll do broadcast Archon to ops. Broadcast Archon to ops will be true. National Highway Traffic Safety Recall API. Oh boy. Might have to expose it on L34. I'm assuming so. But if we're switching this, it also means we have to restart it somehow. Okay, hold on. Kamal accessory. Okay, and then we want to come down here. The Archon port. Publish. Come down here, let me do 25575 goes to 25575. Let me add this in here for the publish options, and then let me grab this one, put this one back, because this seemed to not, I don't think it mattered. And let me do a Kamal accessory restart. Restart existing accessory container. Reboot. Hold on. Kamal accessory. What does that actually say? Reboot. Stop container, remove container, start new container. Okay, so we want to do that. We want to do reboot game. Okay. Pre-connect hook is running. Again, not a good place to put it, but we'll see. And then maybe through some miracle, Trafic goes, oh yeah, that port. And then it sets it up. Okay, so that disconnected us, which is fine. We want to come in here to a Rails C. And we want to do this one. And it was 25575, I think. Right? Yeah. Okay, and then our password was password. And then that was our host. Oh. Require. Okay. Client.authenticate. Error connection refused. Okay, but that's at least something I understand. So wait for this to reappear. Refresh. Okay, so it's old, so now it's gonna be configuring all the other stuff. Then we'll connect. Timed out. So this could also be let's see. Archon commands can be connected. Minecraft. Craft Archon does not send a preliminary. Okay. Maybe I have to do this. Error authenticated with server. Is your password correct? I don't know. Is it? Password is password. Block and authenticate. So it's definitely like connecting to it. 25575. I don't have to go to 65, do I? Negative string size. Okay. So yeah, we probably want to go back to 7.5. Some responses are too large to send back. Password. So they take broken up. We handle this by sending a trash packet along immediately since guarantees the packets will be processed in order. Responded to an order. Okay. What we could try to do. We could try to do a Kamal deploy. And then see if we could, oh, I don't want to do it like that. If we try to run it from the server, we're going to run into all sorts of other issues. Password, you must change this. Default is randomly generated. Let's just come in here and let's do this, I guess. And then we can do a Kamal deploy, which should take down the server. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. At least change the time. A little bit laggy, but that's okay. I want to do this so we can at least see it. Wasn't the host wrong? Was the host wrong? Because the last one there, it said... Where was it? Error authenticated with your server is your password correct. Is this? Because I'm putting in the IP, right? For the actual server. So that should be able to connect. Disconnect. Let me see. Edit. 154.53.46.232. So I think that's right. Maybe. We can also do this. What is it? Alt Shift look. Yeah, looks good. My bad. Oh, don't worry about it. Like I'll take any sort of help at this point when it comes to this stuff. Especially now that we're like diving into random gems for this stuff. Rails C. Require. Oops. Require Archon. Client equals this. Client dot authenticate. If we get rid of the ignore first packet, then it just takes 5 seconds. It doesn't do anything. Timed out, waiting for socket to be ready, to be read ready. Let's see. Minecraft implements the protocol in such a way that makes me want to tear my hair out anyways. Honestly, they're very real for this. Not send preliminary. So I wonder if they're, what they're insinuating here is that there's other archons that came before Minecraft Archon. Is your password correct? Now the other possibility is that this doesn't work like this because we can't use like a default password, so that's why I changed it. We could also try this. But then we also need to like restart the server, I think. Which we can't do right now because of Kamal being cringe. So let's SSH in Docker container restart deployer dash. Or wait, no, we wouldn't want to restart the container. We'd have to. Do you have Archon config somewhere like the one on wiki.vg? So I think I have to do it through environment variables is almost what this looks like on the Docker page. The variables on this page are manually documented and may be out of date. All their documentation pages are actively maintained. So let me come in here. Let me actually look at one of these because I have the type set, right? Type, the server type. EULA, you must set this to true. So I think because I have it set in here, I should also be able to add these right here. I think. Test Minecraft Archon. Your server's IP Archon port password. Okay, let's just try this then. Because this way we could definitely rule out if maybe it's like a WSL issue and it just can't connect for some reason. IP 255.75. And then we'll try both passwords. Okay, that didn't work. Let's retry. Regular password, test the connection. Didn't work. Okay. Host, port, or password is incorrect. The port entered is not dedicated to the Archon. Indeed, you may need to ask for an additional port, which can be exclusively assigned. That I don't know. Let's grab the IP real quick. Four 443 25565 75. Okay, so that one's just an empty reply. What if I change this to like something that doesn't exist? So that one just says connection refused. I think this is set up right. Entry points web 80. I don't think we want that. Okay. Oh, here we go. Open your Minecraft server.properties. Enable Archon true. Archon port, Archon password. Okay. How would I do this with a... can you try it on the server itself with localhost? I could probably do that. How can I do this with a Docker file running and it's G Minecraft Forge image? I don't know. Let's SSH in and let's see. curl 25575. Empty reply. Okay, yeah, so this is just, nothing here is really helpful. This seems like it just doesn't exist. I mean with the gem. Oh, maybe? Okay, wait, hold on. Enable Archon true. Archon password. Archon port. Okay. Once your Docker container is running, you can connect to it using an Archon client, just like you would with a non. Okay. NC, okay. Surely your Docker's firewall. Well, that's where this should be handling it. I assume Trafic would do that. And ensure your password is secure. Well, that went out the window a long time ago. Okay, so let's close this. Try it on the server itself with localhost. I mean, with the gem. Let's see. I could probably like. I'll wait for this to finish, which should have the updated version, and then I can probably execute it from the Kamal terminal. Archon. Variables, server properties. Enabled by default to allow for graceful shutdown. Do not map the Archon port externally unless you are aware of all the consequences of has set a secure password. Changed with Archon port. I'm assuming an environment variable. Okay. Search for something else. Bundled with this image to provide CLI access to the Archon endpoint. Yeah, but the problem with all that is like I'm just one container trying to hang out with another container. Wait, we have this right here. What's this? So this actually defines it. Right here. So we have enable Archon, set to true. We have Archon password. We have Archon port. Enable env prefix, and then this stuff. There's really no help there. Now, it isn't defining these ports. It's setting one, but it's not defining them. Okay, I don't fully understand that. Because like you would expect if they're saying the port is 28016 that they would be using that somewhere else. I think that's because they don't want to expose Archon to the internet. I'm assuming so. Okay. That's up there. And then we can let's just try it again. We'll see if that changed anything. Or wait, one sec. Let me just make sure. The command I just ran. So that was just a deploy. I don't know why that took so long. Rail C. require Archon. Maybe. Client equals this, 25575. Okay. Okay, let's see. Could do that, but I don't know if that would work. Let's see if we can Docker container from outside server. Okay, connect to, hold on. Different Docker compose files not directly connected with your server. So I tried instead giving it the container name to type the server IP address, whatever. First, you'll need to retrieve the name of the network your Minecraft server compose created. The project is by default the name of the directory containing the compose file. Okay. Declared an external network. Told the web service to join the other network. Okay, but the problem is I don't know how much of that I can actually do with Kamal. Okay. Tried out the external network setting you suggested. Now I don't get the cannot connect message anymore, although when I select Minecraft from the list, it doesn't show anything. Wait, there's a web admin for this? Docker Archon web admin. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, so this is like... All right, so let me move this over then. It looks like they thought of something like this. So let's come over to here. Unsupported. Fantastic. Okay. The upstream software no longer successfully establishes Archon. Never mind. Here I was thinking we found something. Maybe that's why it doesn't work. Yeah. Let's see. Oops, I don't want to go to that. That's the wrong repo. I want to go back to the other repo. All right, fine. We'll close this and come back over to the other one. Do this. It's G. We'll go here. Issues. That really didn't narrow it down, did it? Ability to run shell commands instead in addition to Archon commands. Okay. Okay, nothing really there. And that's the only page of stuff we got. Fantastic. Anything on here about this, like, introduced in beta 1.9? It's basically an implementation of source Archon protocol. Okay, so that's why CSGO has it, or why Counter-Strike has it, is because it originated there. Hold on. Apex, Minecraft, hosting, Archon. Can you use the Archon CLI that the containers bundles with it? I don't know. That's a good question too. When was this posted? Wait, what? Okay, so apparently this is also a thing for Rust. Minecraft Archon setup. When was this posted? There's no date. That's not a good sign. Okay. Read the docs, latest commands. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Managed to mute myself before I sneezed and blew out everyone's eardrums. Okay. Docker exec -i. What are we doing? Like deployer -game. Archon -CLI. We come over to here. Enter. Time. Set day. Like that. Okay, so that does work. Wait, is that how we were executing it before? If I come over to command executor, Docker exec I container Archon CLI. Yeah, so that's how we were running it locally. Oops, Docker container PS. Okay, what if we do this? Let's do this real quick. Like that. Oh, okay, so it's just not happy with that. Come back over to here. This then tells me error authenticating with the server. What if I come in here and I change this to like 7.6, just something that doesn't even exist? Connection refused. Is everything going through Trafic? I assume so. Maybe. Do I not do that? Maybe I take it out of the Trafic. Because I have this set to publish this port, which is the port we're saying we're using. So only exposed 80 and 443. Do we have to change the entry points as well? When you ran Docker container PS. Oh, I see. Let me SSH back in. Docker container PS. 8443. Yeah, but like the server itself, the Minecraft server runs on 25565. But when I can still connect to it by going straight to the IP address. So I was assuming that if I had like the 25575 or whatever, it would handle it similarly where it sees that port and it goes, oh, that needs to go over to wherever. .443 to 443. Maybe I have to do like a... do entry points web and then do 25575 maybe. It's probably not going through Trafic. Okay. I wonder if that's because the publish is set right here and that just... I mean, I could also try removing these and seeing if... I mean, let's try it. We got nothing to lose. Let's try this. We'll get rid of all of them. And then we can redeploy and we can see if it does anything from there. Kamal, what was it? Accessory reboot game. And we can try to like restart Trafic as well. There's probably a Trafic command for that, or a Kamal command for that. Kamal Trafic restart. Trafic is probably just for the Rails app. That would make sense. Hello, Mr. Streamer, gamer, developer, content creator. I feel like every time you show up, Clear, it's just becoming a longer title. Refresh. I can't wait for the day where the title just hits the character limit. You're going to like show up and it's just going to be like a copy pasta essay. We are currently trying to remotely execute commands on the Minecraft server that Kamal is deploying. So we got like, I can execute commands, but it's like a 15-second delay and it's all done through like a service that just runs on the machine endlessly. So now we're trying to see if we can use the Archon, like the Archon protocol with this to like execute it if we have like a password or a key or something. Okay, so this isn't up. So let's do a Docker container PS. Trafic says it's up for about a minute. This says it's up about a minute healthy. Let's do Kamal accessory logs game. Preparing spawn area. Archon running right here. Archon running on 0.0.0:25575. And it's listening. Sounds like fun. Yeah, that's one word for it. Okay, so we can't connect now. So let's come back to the deploy file. And let's try to put this back. We're just going to leave this first one here for the 25565. I'm going to do a Docker container PS real quick. Can you connect with the Ruby gem on the server via 0.0.0.0? I would have to install the Ruby gem and find a way to run it, but I can try that. Unless I do like a Kamal app execute, maybe. Hold on. Kamal app. exec -i. Can I do that? Rails C or bin/Rails C. Oh, I can do that. Okay. Require Archon. This is like every time I do this, it's like, oh, cool. Another thing I can do a video on. Because who would ever think to try this? Okay, I don't have any of my stuff. So let me do client equals whatever I had before. Rails C. Already have a next word for next live. Oh no. what was it? I need to do this one. And then you said 0.0, that makes sense. 0.0.0.0. 25575 password we'll say is 123 because that's what it should be. Client.authentic. What was it? Ignore first packet. Okay, let's do that. Connect, error, connection refused. Hold on. 0.0.0.0 colon this. Which makes sense because the host wouldn't be this. It wouldn't be this Rails container. It'd be the other container. So it'd have to be on the same Docker network. Docker network. ls. Yes, is the container. Let's see. Yeah, I wouldn't assume I know anything. How do I check which network the container is on? Is that a thing I can see? Port, list all port or specific mapping for the container. Container port for deployer-game. Okay. Try localhost. I can certainly try that. Also try like 127. Again, that's going to go to the yeah. Be the name of the container as the host. Oh, okay. Deployer-game. Name or service not known. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, deployer-game. 565 now, and this is telling me name or service unknown. When I come back here to what we had before, yeah, I don't know if Kamal can do Docker networks. I need the IP. CD, copy this, paste it in here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. 2, right? Yeah. Enter. When I do this, it tells me connection refused for this. And then if I come over here to connection refused. But if I do, also says connection refused. But in this one, when I ran it, oops, I have to require it. Require Archon. Oh, this one also says connection refused. Oh, because this is the wrong port here. Connection refused. 1, 2, 3. Connection refused. It might also be because we are not exposing the port anymore. Oh, that's true, because it's not telling us wrong password now. Now it's telling us this doesn't exist, right? So what if we do this, and then we do a Trafic restart? No. Accessory reboot. Accessory reboot, like that. So we can accessory reboot, and then we'll try this. We'll see if we get a different error at least. And then if we don't, we try putting it down here too. But this is going to take a second because it's got to set up again and then question why its whole existence is just to suffer. Which honestly is a mood, but we can also do Kamal accessory logs to see where it's at. Okay, smooth boot reloaded. That's fine. This is one of the downsides of modern Minecraft, though, is the the restart takes forever compared to like a vanilla server. Accessory logs. Okay, so that's up and running again. We can connect. Okay, so now it's telling me password error. So that's different, right? So now let's come up here and let's try changing this to just password. I kind of dislike that Kamal uses its own sudo docker compose file, not an actual compose file. Yeah, it's really weird because I have to just sit here and kind of guess what I have to do. Like pretty much all of this was just Copilot kind of winging it and assuming this is how it worked. And I think I was fortunate that it worked. But I don't think this was a good idea for how to do it. But we're getting a password incorrect. So I'm assuming maybe this is wrong. Maybe this Archon password is no longer a thing, or I'm using it incorrectly. It's weird that we now get this close. But where's the gem for this? Lib Archon client authenticate. Opens the TCP socket and authenticates with Archon. According to the Archon spec, the server will respond with an authentication request, with the server data response value packet, followed by a server data auth response packet by default. However, this is not the case in every implementation. Looking at you, Minecraft. For the sake of being flexible, we include a param which allows us to enable/disable this behavior. It is not recommended to call this method more than once before ending the session. Okay. Read packet from socket if ignore first packet, which defaults to true. Okay. That's the one that caused it to just time out, right? And this one caused it to say that doesn't work. Archon password. Is your password correct? You know, I really don't know. Minecraft server display Archon password. Is that a command I can run? I just print my own Archon password. If the Archon CLI can connect, it must know the password too. That's what I'm assuming. If this one can't, but that one can, unless maybe for some reason that bypasses it. Archon.password. Wait, okay, wait. We've seen this before, right? 8.5. If, hypothetically, these environment variables are actually working, then when I restart the Kamal accessory, we should see this change from what was it, 7.5 to 8.5. So let me do the Kamal accessory reboot game. And then we can go into the logs and we can check. And if we see that this has changed in the logs, then we know that at the very least the Archon port is working. Because I'm just assuming the rest of this is working, but by default it should be enabled. So there's really nothing there that would tell us. Forge is already installed. Already exists. Setting initial memory to 4G and max to 4G. Okay, so like see this right here is this. So we could also change that and see. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what my thought is. I think if I'm not setting the password here with this environment variable, it might just be auto-generating some random password, and that's why I can't connect. Version checker. Okay. Disconnecting player, server is still starting. Forge version. Preparing spawn area. Archon listener started. 25575. So this didn't change. Yes, so you're correct. The environment variable here is doing nothing. Which is weird because changing the type to Forge caused it to change. What happens if I change the memory to 8G instead? Reboot. And then we try the logs again. Again, this is where just using something that's not Kamal would be so much easier. Okay, I'm just going to mash this until we see the setting memory to whatever size again. Setting initial memory to 4G and max to 4G. So even just resetting it like this, I don't think the reboot is doing anything. What if we do Kamal env push? Does that push the accessories as well? Docs are also talking about setting std in open true in the compose file. Yeah, I don't even know where I would start with that. Okay, we'll wait for this. We'll check the logs again. Forge 472. 47.2. So that seems correct. Updated 2 properties and server properties. Setting max. Okay, so maybe I had to env push. So we'll see if this time, because we env pushed, that caused it to change. Okay. It's also impressive that I've just been running this with 4 gigs so far, and it's been totally fine. Okay, let's see. We'll keep refreshing and then we'll see. Preparing level world, that's fine. Server's still starting. Archon port 25585. So that time it changed. Yeah, so the problem is this is setting the environment variables, but until you do an env push, need to do a Kamal env push to update these on the server. I think this was the missing step. So now if I come in here, I can change this. It's going to be 25585 instead. Password will be 123. And then I can do client.authenticate. But that's not working right now for reasons that probably make sense right here. Probably have to change this to 25585, but we'll see. I also want to make sure that the log says it's done. Successfully initialized whatever. And then if I come over here, can I refresh? Okay, so I can connect. Okay, 25585 isn't working. So I'm going to do one more reboot to get this working on 25585. And then we'll see. Can you imagine if you actually played on the server? It's like the try to get anything done before the server admin restarts the server challenge. Parentheses, literally impossible. This dude is obnoxious. We'll see. AG. Which makes sense too, because I just realized I did opt myself and I did change it to Forge at some point. So this must have worked. So yeah, I forgot that we have to push the environment variables. I wonder if like with a setup, it automatically pushes it. So the couple times that I have changed this, I might have just done a setup and never run into this. Okay, advancements. Says it's an old version. Archon running on this. It worked. We're in. Let's go. Okay, so now we want to try to run a command. Not there. Let's do it here. Couldn't have done it without you. Okay, let's see. Client, let's do client.execute. Execute. Give Dean IOCOM TNT3. Okay. So now we could probably come in here and create like an Archon initializer. New file, archon.rb. And then we can configure this, which again, something we'll have to change to connect like this. Assuming, hold on, do we have to require it in here? Might as well just go through all the steps. This client.authenticate. Okay, and let's do a bin/dev. That starts our server. We'll leave this over here. I'm going to close a bunch of these because we don't need these right now. Oh, wait, hold on. Something went boom. Socket timed out, waiting for socket to be ready. Hold on. Okay. 25585, password is 123. Client. Oh, .authenticate, but then we need the ignore first packet, right? Like this. We also probably want to do this not in an initializer, I'm realizing, but we'll see. So we can come over here to, I guess, commands. And then maybe instead of this, we could just say, instead of doing commands controller, we can do this. We can comment this out and do a, wait, hold on. Let me come back to the initializer. Archon client or something. Like that. come back here. Archon client dot execute. At mod dot body. Okay, there we go. Let me stop this one more time. Start it. Come over here to commands. New command. Give dean.io.com TNT 23. Sure, why not? Create command. Okay. Does that. Block and create. Redirects to there. This is in the mods controller. I hate it here. How did I do this again? Okay. Come over here, copy this, go back, create a new command. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to go into the initializer. Okay, hold on. Back here, commands controller, and we're going to come into the archon.rb. I'll grab this. We'll come back over to here. We're going to do it in here for a second. Like that. At command.body. Yes, also that. Command.body. That's the right command, so that at least checks out. Let's come in here. Nope. We want to do give dean.io TNT 3. I have 6, so I should have 9, assuming this works. Which it does. Okay. So then we could do this. We can then pull this out of here, get rid of this. Okay. Then we can come over here, maybe. I've already lost it. Like this. And let's do this. Client. Something like that. And then let's come over to the command controller. My brain stopped working like 3 hours ago. Over here, back, copy this. Wait, no, copy this. Also have to worry about white space. Create command. Okay, so that works. Give 1,000 concrete blocks. Give dean.io concrete 1,000. Wait, hold on. I got you. One sec. Concrete Minecraft. Oh, white concrete. Okay, we want to do this. New command. Let me exit out of here and hit enter again. This 1,000, right? You said 1,000. Okay. There you go. And now we're playing as notch intended. Next up, autocomplete in your text area. Oh my God, that's criminal. Okay. All right, let me clear my inventory too, because that's just a lot. Let's come back over to the Archon gem, Minecraft. Let's look through the README a little bit. setup and then run reexpect tests. Okay, so. Oh, this is going to be funny. And go over to Jose and be like, "Hey, I love the Hotwire combo box, but can you make it work with Minecraft commands?" And also, can you not ask why I need it to work with Minecraft commands? Oh, jeez. Okay, wait. Is there like a list of... Yeah, you need like a list of commands, and then you would need a list of items, I guess. And you would need a way to get the list of players on the server. And then you could probably autocomplete just about all of it. But let me do this. We do need to change the initializer. Is there a way for me to... Because these are set as environment variables, right? So let me Kamal app execute again into the server. And let me see if I can grab one of these environment variables that we have defined and deployed at RB. Is there a way to grab a specific environment variable Kamal? You have to build a mod that exposes a JSON API that returns the possible results. Honestly, that might work. Okay, well, I'm not going to try with Kamal, so we're just going to try this with like env and I guess hard coding these. Nothing. Rails master key. Okay, so that works. The other ones don't. Also, no one steal my Rails master key. I have very important secrets in there. So type doesn't work. But if I set these in exposed, if I set these in my env and then I push them up, maybe not these. Well, I could push up the Archon stuff, I guess, and I could use them here. Let me try that. Let me do that over here, though, because this one I actually don't want to show people. Because this one has my Docker Hub in it. And then I have to go generate a whole new token, which would take all of 5 seconds. Okay, let me see. Do this one. Check OBS to make sure I'm not exposing anything. And then we want to do all of the Archon information, basically. We want to grab... Let me move this. Let me do this, actually. Yeah, there we go. And I can leave this over here, and nobody will ever be any of the wiser with what I'm doing. Okay. So we need the Archon password, Archon port, and then the IP. Now, my question is, can I grab the IP, app, or server IP? And then can I put this up here? And then can I use this here instead by just doing server IP? And then can I come over here and instead of doing this, can I do, oh, I guess I have to copy this, right? Password. Then can I do, I guess like this, Archon password. And then come over here and do the same thing here. Archon port. This one needs to be 25585, I guess. Okay, so let's try that. We can do a Kamal deploy now. Or wait, Kamal env push. I think. I'll leave this one open over here just in case I need it. Okay, so that pushed. Kamal deploy. Then this should just work TM, right? And then once this gets pushed up, we should then be able to do the app execute from Kamal and access these things through environment variables, which means our Rails app can access them, which means we can, I guess, use them without concern. And it allows us to configure it in one place instead of pasting this IP and all this other stuff in like 100 different places. And then ideally we put the rest of these in something too, so that we don't have to deal with this. But yeah, we got a bunch of different videos out of this one. Such a weird topic to just teach you so much. I really wouldn't expect this to be like as educational an exercise as it has been. Although I guess this is how I've learned most of my programming, is just sitting there and messing with something that I shouldn't be messing with in a way that I shouldn't be doing. Time set day. It's also interesting that I can just reboot this without resetting anything. So I probably have to do like a Kamal app reboot after this as well. Or no, Kamal accessory reboot. Can I do that, or does that require another hook? Okay, so here we go. So this one doesn't work then. Can't resolve hostname server IP. Do I have to do an env block or like a secret block? Like this? Undefined method match for env server IP. I hear a spider. Isn't that how we all learn? That's what I'm assuming. It's just not cool to talk about the ugly learning path that we've taken sometimes. Okay, hosts env server IP. This is again something that would be a lot easier if we weren't using this incredibly convenient tool. Server IP, because we do that. Well, right here we just use this. So this should definitely work here. Hosts server IP. And it is called Kamal registry password, and it's called Rails master key. I don't know why server IP doesn't work here. Undefined method match server IP array. For array. This was just the IP before, right? Yeah. Let's go back. This was this before. Kamal env push. Okay, wait, hold on. Maybe I have to do this. Maybe I have to do this to push it up. And then I can do it. But I feel like because this needs, okay, Kamal lock release. Because it needs the environment variable, I don't think this will work here, but we'll see. env push these over. Really should uncomment or comment out that pre-connect, but whatever. Okay, and then can we do this now? Yeah, so this doesn't work. So we can't do this here. Can I do... Can I... Can I do this? Is that a thing I can do? And then put it in the credentials file. Okay. Let me try that. Let me grab the server IP. And then we'll do a Rails, or sorry, a editor equals code dot wait Rails credentials edit. Server IP. Like that. And then server IP. And then do this one. Uninitialized constant Rails. Okay. So I can't do that here like I can everywhere else. Okay. I don't know if there's a way to actually do what I want to do here. So maybe we just got to stick with this one. If we stick with the IP, can we at least do the rest as environment variables? Let's try. Kamal env push. We're also going to come in here and we're going to change this to be here's a simple wrapper for Archon. Ooh. Archon client. Oh, I see. Yeah. I appreciate it. And then we want to... So that works. And then if I reboot this, is it going to be able to work without the rest of those defined? It would be weird to have to type out your environment or keep your environment variables in your deploy config. Is there anything in the, let me grab this real quick. Okay. It would be really weird to do this. Kamal docs. Registry username. Password. And edit your .env file to add your registry password and your Rails key. Are you ready to deploy? Kamal uses .env to automatically load environment variables set in the env file present in the application root. This file can be used to set variables like registry password or database passwords. For this reason, you should make sure that blah, 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 nobody cares. Okay, but is there... How do I get to use a server IP? Does that have to be in as like a string maybe? .env.erb file. Seems like you just need to add it to the secrets. That's what I thought. But I've now tried to add it to both the .env file as well as the credentials, and both of them don't work for different reasons. And everyone deploying the app can run Kamal envify. Kamal will generate .env. Okay, well, that's for Bitwarden. Okay, let's see. Reference to secret Docker registry token will look for env Docker registry token on the machine running Kamal. Yeah, so you'd have to have this added on both, I guess. We'll see. Maybe there's something else. Okay, using GCP. using environment variables. You can inject env variables into the app containers using env. Before you can start the containers, you need to push the env variables up to the server. Using secret env variables. If you have env variables that are secret, you can divide env block into clear and secret. Okay. Oh, I see. This might just be for localhost, not for deployed instances. Yeah, I'm assuming for the, we need it set on the local and we need it set on the remote. So let me come in here. Oops, that was not right. Okay, export server IP equals this. Okay. Okay, well, this is doing something. Then we can come over here and we could try this again. So I did server IP, right? Okay, Kamal env push. Could not resolve. I can control C this. I should probably undo this too. Like that. Okay, let's see. What else do you got? You actually use an env variable for the host? I'm assuming I can't. Because all of these seem to be pretty hard-coded. Traefik will only by default be installed and run on servers in the web role. On all servers if no roles are defined. Okay, I see. Using container labels. Container options. Yeah, I'm assuming this is pretty much it because I'm only seeing 2 more mentions. So there's one here. Build secrets, and then there's one here. Which we're kind of doing here, but we can't really do it here, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. This might just be one that has to, again, with like a setup script, has to be set in a couple different locations. Oops, and I just closed everything. So you'd have to, like, when you go to prep this Rails app, run a script that would then set this up for you. So it generates the new Rails app, does the Kamal init, modifies the Kamal app, and then also sets it in the environment variable or something. So you can use it in the Rails app and use it in Kamal with only needing to change it in one location. And you have to like recreate this whenever you like have a new server or something. Well, if it isn't the perpetual habitual beggar, back again with the gold, please. Beggar, demander, extortionist. I don't know. Pick your choice. Pick your poison. Okay. The rest of these seem to work, unless you can do deploy.yaml.erb. Oh, I mean, .erb. Let's see. Well, that breaks all the syntax highlighting. Solid push there. Configuration file not found. Yeah, it didn't like that. It's worth a shot. Looks like it's up and running again, at least. It's weird that I have to connect twice each time. I don't really understand why it's doing that. Well, let me at least make sure this is still working. New command. So I'm wondering if this has also broken other things. What do we need? We need the Kamal accessory logs. $40 for books, please. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Okay, that person's connected. Archon 25575. Yeah, so this is once again not working now because we're using these environments. Okay. We're going to just go back to what was working. Two 5585. Like that. Kamal env push. We'll restart it. I hate to say it, but the like traditional way of launching multiple servers might be calling to me. Kamal accessory reboot game, like that. We could, you know, we could just, you know, we could. Probably another way we could get this to work. Is there also a way to access Kamal through Ruby? I mean, I would assume so if you have the gem, right? Rails C. Oops. What was it upset about there? Oh, bin/dev. Nope, that's also upset. Oh, because I pasted all this on. Archon config. Oh, I was like, where is it? I see it. I see that it's wrong, but I don't. Bin/dev. Okay. That Archon client. Host is set. This is set. This is set. I think. Let's see. Rails C. Dot execute. Oh, hold on. Okay, wait, let's come over here. App controllers, commands controller. We're not using this one anymore, right? We're using, oh wait, we are using this one. The bin/dev. Also need to refresh. See if this is working. Copy this, new command, paste, give, create. Archon.instance. Oh. Instance. I'm still in like C++ land where I can just like a singleton is a singleton, and I can just call it directly. Oops, let me restart this. Refresh, back, copy, new, paste. Kamal accessory logs. No, Kamal, what is happening? Kamal accessory logs for game. Archon is running on 25585. Okay. Oh, wait, I bet I know what it is. Yep. Come over here, stop server. Also stop this one. Rails C. Rails, what is it? I was editor. There it is. Editor equals whatever. Do this over here. Grab this, come over here. That, and then I need the port. Archon password. Archon port. Right. Host port password. Something like that. Close this. We want to come in here and we want to do Archon port. There it is. What is it? Rails dot. My brain is so fried. Rails credentials. Edit command. I'll grab it like a I want to do a Rails dot Archon port. Like that. So the port's working, and then we want to make sure the host, Archon host, and then Archon password. So host isn't working, and then Archon password. Like that. Okay, so I still have to come in here and I have to do this again. And I want to change this to Archon host. Close. Like that. Go over here. Close this. Sorry for the weird off-screen shenanigans. We're going to do this, and then we're going to say Rails.application credentials.fetch the Archon host. I really should have, I'm realizing now, I could have broken this up a lot smarter, but that's fine. Something like that. We can come down here. This one is the Archon port. And this one is the Archon password. Wait, what happens if I do this? Let me come over here. Rails C. Learning time. Rails.application.credentials.fetch. Oh wait, I need to do not that. I want to do this. It is dig. We can do this. Like that. Okay, like that. And then I can bring this back over, Control D, Control L, so you don't have to see all of that. bin/dev. Hopefully this works. Over here, copy the TNT command again, come back, create a new command, paste it in, create command. And that didn't fire. Rails C. Archon client dot instance dot execute this command. Well, I see why it's not working. Really need to like work on giving feedback when I do this. I think that's another thing to be concerned with. TNT 5. Okay, so oh, there it is. It was just delayed. Okay. That comes over here. That runs this instance execute command body. Okay. And then if there's an error, I should really find a way to actually, oh, we're going to clear it this. We're going to clear it the fancy way. Weather clear. Hey, there we go. Okay. So you pretty much just put this in like a text field and then you're good to go. You put this in like a scrolly box, only load the recent ones or leave it empty. Feels way better that way. Yeah, this is way, way better. The downside is this exposes it to like the scary internet. But there's probably a way to secure this a bit more. But we'll see. At the very least, this is like, I can actually clean this up. I'll get rid of this. I don't know, it is now, it's functioning in a much better way than the command executor thing. I'm hesitant to get rid of it just in case I think of another reason to use this. Again, like maybe we don't have Archon or something and some other server needs it. But I think for now what I'll do is yeah, and that's the other downside is anyone can access it. Although that is really cool. Because in theory, you could type whatever you want to if you did something like, was it title? Hold on. Title at a title. Yeah, this command. So if you have a way to execute it, you could run that command. And that should, in theory, I don't know why that one didn't go over to Twitch too well. Let me try it here. Unrecognized command. This command. There we go. You could probably run that and like have text appear on the screen. Like the next level integration there. Or again, you can just get into all kinds of mischief and band players. So yeah, you'd have to do like a larger token type thing, right? Like if you generated almost like an API key for it, and then you just hooked it up without exposing it to anyone, that might be more secure, but I'm sure there's still a way to like compromise that, and should be solved if you authenticate the web app. Yeah, so the only other thing I can think of is like, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to let it cook because it's clear. There's got to be a way to securely set it up. Maybe we got to look at like a network or something. And then have this run like internally maybe. But this is something at least. It's really funny though that you can like interact with the server without. Yeah, so is okay again like Kamal Rails network. The trees turned into cannabis bushes. Yeah, if you could get Kamal to set up some kind of network. Let's try this. Docker network. Docker network. Hold on. Docker network. Okay, single server. A lot of great projects can run on a single server. I'm almost always consider the starting this way. Nevertheless, it's still possible. The 3 core ideas to achieve that are making Trafic issue let's encrypt, introducing a private Docker network. All right, hold on. Use roles to make Redis available for the application. Pass the require bypass to require a password and depend on the private Docker network from before. Okay, so you can do that. You can give it a network. So that's under options in the deploy. I guess you come into options here and then you could do network is private like that. And then you could give the other one a network as well. Under options. So would it go here? Options. Network is private. Like this. Kamal. We want the accessory reboot game. Easy way to not expose the port to public is by leveraging the private network and setting the password with require pass. We'll see. Execution while on here. Error response from daemon network private not found. Okay. Did they have to hop in here to create it? Prerequisites. Set up a Docker registry, create an SSH key, create an env, prepare it. Once you're done running it. So we could do it in like the hooks, right? And then just try it each time. Okay, right here. It's right next to labels on the same level as hosts. Like this. Okay, so that's for the web. This one has options network private. I don't really understand why one. Oh wait, this does have it in an options block. Hold on, like this. And it's set up like this, which makes a lot more sense. Okay. This is accessories. Oh, cat broke into my room again. You can create it yourself, but feels like Kamal should do it for you. Yeah, so that's how I did it at like my old job, where I kind of hacked this stuff together when I was learning Docker. And then eventually we got it automated, but I'm hoping, oh no. Also do these steps manually after Kamal installs Docker. Okay, so yeah, they're doing it like this. So then we would come in here to the hooks in the, do the pre-deploy. We're going to change this to here. We're going to get rid of all this. And we're going to say, create the Docker network if it doesn't exist. Docker network inspect. Oh, what is going on here? Hold on. Inspect. Again, another instance where we're just like making this stuff up as we go along. Private. Create private. It doesn't seem happy about this. Exit 0. Okay, let's try this. Kamal deploy. Pre-connect hook. I probably should have put a print in here so that we could see if this is actually doing anything. Okay, this is now doing the builds and stuff. I'm going to SSH in real quick. Docker network ls. Okay. Guess we got to sit here and wait for this deploy to happen again. Well, this is a pre-deploy. It's also a pre-deploy that still has the icon. I don't know how I feel about that. Let's come over here and let's just say echo running pre-deploy hook, like that. Docker network inspect private. What does this do? Network private not found. Does this work? Docker network ls. So that creates it. Docker network RM private. Is that how I do it? Hey, I remember. Okay. So we got this. Now we just have to wait, see if this runs. I don't like all these syntax errors. Also need to fix these. It is weird that you can declare a network in here and not have it create the network. And then you have to use the container name as the host. Yeah. So we're going to have to switch that in the env, but we'll test it in like the console first. Now that we can actually test it and we're not just running into one error after another. I don't know though. I just feel like if you have this type of system where you can declare that there's a network that you're using, you should either be able to just throw a network down here and have it be created, or it should just do it when you declare it up here. It's weird that you could declare one that doesn't exist and then just have to go, oh, well, guess I'll go home. Oh, wait, here we go. Pre-deploy. So it looks like that worked. Docker network ls. I am a bit skeptical. Running pre-deploy hook. Okay. Exception while executing. Docker exit status. Error response from network private not found. Yeah, no kidding. Because you just lied about running the command. Like, I can see it right here. You didn't make it. Okay, let's come into the pre-connect again. I'm going to comment out all this stuff. We're just going to turn this into our little playground. Kamal deploy. Pre-connect runs. Stop it. Check over here. Nothing. Echo running pre-deploy. It's weird that we could just run this on the machine and have it create it, but not have it work here. Okay, what if I do this? Docker network create private. Error response from Deanin. Network with private already exists. Oh, I swear. Is this what's happening? Am I dumb? Don't answer that. Oh boy. Yeah, it's running on my machine, dude. It works on my machine. Okay, hold on. So we got to do this again. There's got to be a better way to do this. SSH root at Kamal hosts. Run this. This is so stupid. Let's come in here. Let me do a Docker network ls again. It's not there. We'll run this. And that creates it. Okay. So weird. Let's come over here and let's replace it with this. Oh, do we not have the ability to do this over here? Okay. If I come back here and I undo all of this, these environment variables are available. So it definitely thinks these are available, but apparently they're not. $sign. Unless this is just another weird syntax error, because it, yes, save. Okay, it was just another weird syntax error because it doesn't have the extensions. It doesn't know what it's doing, I think. So let's try this. We'll come over here. We'll remove this network. No network. We'll run a Kamal lock release. Okay, and then we'll try this. We need to change it in the environment variables. So Rails, or no, sorry, it's editor equals whatever. Come over here. We need to change this to, you know what? It doesn't even matter. You guys can see this. This one's not really that important. We need to change the host. Archon host needs to be the name, which is deployer-game, right? Okay, and then we can come over here. Kamal deploy. Yeah, and then for the initializers, we also need a, okay, hold on. Editor equals whatever. I just had a thought. Those are rare for me, so bear with. We need a dev archon host, which is just going to be this IP again. We'll close that. Dev archon host. And we can come over to here. Okay, rails.env.development. If this, else this, end. And here we got to do the same thing, but instead of grabbing this one, we're going to grab that development one we just made. Is it like dev archon host, I think is what I called it. But if you stop exposing the port, it's not going to be accessible anymore. That's a good point, which is you can't test this on the dev environment. So there's really no point in even doing this. You pretty much have to test it in production then. Or you just spin up the container locally and just mirror it that way. Yeah, we'll just not even bother with this. We'll just say this is something we test in production for now, and then we can always do a local test container at some point. Because like we already kind of got the file we need to run. It's just in this weird extra format. So let me come in here and let me just edit this one more time and remove that dev line right here like that. Okay. And this is up and running again, I guess. Which means we have to, okay, so that, okay, because this is in the, can I do a Kamal accessory status or whatever? Logs game. Can I do this? Exit code 0. Okay. So it just has no, it has no logs. It knows less about what's going on than I do. Okay. I would have thought at least by doing this, we'd be able to access the logs. But let me try to reboot it after this, and we'll see if that unbreaks it in a different way. Refresh. Okay. And then we want to run it as soon as this is done. Kamal, or sorry, Kamal accessories reboot game. Runs the pre-connect hook. The pre-deploy hook doesn't matter anymore because that should be configured now. So let me SSH in and do a Docker network ls. We have the private. And then we want to come over here. Okay, so that's running. And this isn't exposed anymore either. It's so dumb. Why am I like this? Okay. How do we... Can we add a second? No. How do we access this now? Do we change this to point to the host? And how does that break it? Because we could change it to go to the, whatever this one's called. Is it just web? Docker container PS. This one is, oh, this one's deployer web, blah, 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 blah. Nobody cares. So I don't have a way to even access this one in here. There's a way to do a private network, but Does it put it into the bridge network by default? And now that you set one, it doesn't anymore. I think that's what's happening. So like we need a way for the, we need a way for the Rails app to communicate with this other private accessory without restricting it to just the private network. Okay, let me see. Is there a way to do, I guess I can do like a hyphen down here. So can I do like this? I guess. Okay, but which one does it set it to by default? Private's a bridge. So is it doing the host by default? Like that? But the issue is, how do we connect to the, oh wait, this works. So I can connect to this. Okay. We seem to have ended up in a situation where I can connect to the Minecraft server through some act of God, but I can't connect to the Rails app, even though they're both set to the same Docker network. So why can I connect to this one through the published port, but I can't connect to the other one? Assign traffic also to the private network. I did not. You think that's why maybe? Traffic's still set up. Oh, another cat broke into my room. Or broke out. Traffic deployer. Need like a pretty print for the Docker network stuff. Or just any command in the terminal to begin with. Container PS. Deployer web. Excuse me. Connect a running container to additional networks using the Docker network command. Okay, but I don't need that. Okay, I'm going to just try to redeploy this. Kamal deploy. And we'll see if this fixes it by switching it to the host or including both. I don't know if this is the right syntax for that or not. And then we have to figure out how to remote connect to it now from the Rails app. So I'm assuming that's going to be a little bit complicated, unfortunately. Kamal app exec. Can I do this? Connection to their close. Now attach both user-defined and non-user-defined network modes. Okay, so it's probably going to be upset with this. But I guess we'll see over here if it just changes its mind. Although I somehow doubt it. Now, was that over here? They created it? Oh, is this why? Because they created the bridge. How I'm doing over here, or in the pre-deploy. So this is just doing a Docker network create. So maybe it's good night. Say good night. That's all you get. If I come over to SSH, the app, like this, sincerely, you're never gonna hear it. Man, you suck at your job. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Docker network RM private. Network has active endpoints. Oh God, how do I do this again? Remove unused, disconnect a container from a network. This guy stinks. Yeah, smells okay to me. Okay. I don't want to mess with this while the other one is running. So we'll see. Although I could probably just come in here and do this. And maybe I got that in just before this runs. ls rm private. Can I remove a network without having to do anything else with like forcing it or something? Remove network. Docker network remove existing containers. And we'll come back over to here and we'll get rid of this for now because I don't think it's happy with this. Do that. Disconnect network container. To remove an existing container from a Docker network, you can use that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. Please. Okay, whatever. I need to do a Docker container ls. I need to grab everything that's on this delightful contraption. So let's grab this one. Docker network disconnect the private container. And then I need to do it for the other one. Add the private network to Traffic 2. I did not yet. This one. Disconnect that one. Docker network. Oh wait, now we want to run the RM private, right? Okay, so that's gone now. And now we can try to run this one. Like that. Network. Attach. Docker container ls. We'll grab this one. Docker container attach. Oops, not Docker container. Docker network attach. Docker network, right? Connect, sorry. Connect private this. And then we need the other container name again. Boom. Okay. Nothing here. Oh, wait. Over here? Nothing. Okay. And then this one. I can still connect to this one. I can try to attach the Traffic one as well. Container ls. And we can attach Traffic. What does that do for us? Does that break anything? Okay. Let's try coming over to the deploy and let's try changing it in here. So we have the private here and then we want to do that down here. So we have options for publish and we have options for network. Oops. Like that. Tab it over. Not Docker. I got Docker on the mind now. Docker deploy again. Or wait, no, we have to do Docker or Kamal Traffic. I did it again. Kamal Traffic. Restart. Let's see what this does for us. Okay. Okay, that worked. You are some kind of wizard when it comes to this stuff. I don't understand how you do it, Marco. That's crazy. Okay, so that worked. Now the issue is this one isn't working. Oh wait, no, there we go. Okay, we're back. We're back. So now let me try to Archon from here. Rails C. What am I doing? I'm doing that thing again where I hit the up arrow key 300 times instead of just doing something. Spent way too much time in Docker and Compose. Yeah, I feel like the more time you spend in it, the more you're like, oh yeah, no. I remember suffering through this. Okay, Archon client dot instance dot execute. Come over here. Execute time set day. Get address. Name or service not known. Oh, right, because of how that's set up. So I want to come over here and try to initializers Archon init, right? And then we'll come in here and instead of doing this, we'll return the IP address, which is this. The rest of it should still be the same, I think. And then we'll try this again. Let's do .host. Let's do this. 154.53.46.232. 255.85, I think. And then the password was password 123. Doesn't reload the initializer. That makes sense too. Okay, so that works. Authenticate. And we want to do this with, what was it? I guess we can just do it like this. Like that. At client.execute time set day. Okay, so that still works. So it's still able to connect. So we got to put the Archon stuff behind an even more private network. We need the Archon stuff behind like a super private network, and then we need something else. If I get rid of this port here and I don't publish this port, but I connect internally through the app, maybe that works. Like if I unpublish this one, right? I can't connect to it from the server anymore, but can the Rails app then connect to it through the Docker name? Yeah, so if we do this, then we have to do the Kamal, was it Kamal accessory reboot game? And then over here, we can do that should still work on the server, but not from your machine. Yeah, so what I'm going to try and do then is I'm going to run those same commands, but I'm going to do the Kamal app execute interactive thing and try running it just from the production Rails app. Okay, so that's rebooting, and then we can come over here and do a Kamal app exec. And then we can come up here and grab whatever I did for this one. Or I guess I could just try it with the Archon client first. Like that. Port 25585, no connect. So then we want to try the other one, and we'll just hard code the values again. Where is it? Right here. So we'll do this. We'll change this one. The host needs to be the other container, which we said was deployer-game. Port we can leave. Password 123. And then this was whatever we had over here. Okay. Execute. Oh, wait. Yeah, execute. Time set day. Okay. Enter. Enter. Okay, that works. Let's go. We now have a secure way to abuse admin commands. And no one will ever know. All we have to do is say broadcast archon to ops false, and no one will know that we're just sitting there doing give Dean IO.com netherite 64. Like, no one's gonna know. We're so in. Except, of course, it's not netherite. What is it? / give netherite ingot. Can I do this? Hold on. Wait, can I do netherite ingot? Does that work? Or do I have to prefix? Okay, so that works. Yeah, so I can do that. Also authenticate the web app. Yes. I still need to do that. Command runner. New command. Let me see if this one works. Create command. It did not like that. Because it's using the wrong setup, right? So we have to do this now. Over here. Editor equals whatever. Open this up. Open up our encrypted credentials, and we have to change this. (25585) password 123. Host is deployer-game. Is this why? Do we have to leave it like this? Maybe. Deployer-game archon host, archon password. Okay. Oh, because the host is hard-coded to the IP address. Whoops. Okay. All right. And then we can do a Kamal deploy again. Actually, let's do a Kamal env push. Wait for the pre-connect to run again. I'm going to do this for now, because this really doesn't need to run each time, right? I should really just do the exit code 0 at the start. That'd probably be a cleaner way to do this. Okay, like that. Yeah. Okay, Kamal env push. And then we can do a Kamal redeploy, and we'll see if the redeploy works faster. It supposedly does. I don't know if it'll push up the right stuff and rebuild it, but hopefully it's a bit faster. We're going to change this to something else. Let's try a modded item. We'll do the Acacia window once this is up and running. And we'll see. That's funny. It really does feel. I just saw something or had a tweet sent to me. It does feel like there is no actual search on the internet anymore. It's like this tweet about someone who's complaining about how you can put double quotes around everything and it still doesn't matter. It feels like they're at that point where they're trying to like tweak the recommendation algorithm for search results so hard that even the stuff that's supposed to be like literally just return these keywords still isn't enough to get it to stop just returning absolute garbage. They're like, yeah, but my ad revenue. What about my ad revenue? Please. Okay. This should now just about be done. Hopefully. This was a weird day. It started with, I'm going to create a service, and then it has completely shifted to a much more elegant solution, but definitely not the one that I envisioned creating today. That said, the Archon gem is probably going to get its own meme video, because I feel like that's a really good one to just do like a executing commands on Minecraft speedrun type video. Let's see. We could do that, and then hopefully we can get this working. Okay, bad request, failed to push, unexpected status from put, bad request. Oh, what? Okay, let me go see. What is this thing's problem? Why is Kamal deployed to Docker Hub? That doesn't really make sense. Deploying. Yeah, that's like its default option is to go straight to Docker Hub. Okay. Let's try it again. Pushing layers. I wonder if there's a way to just push it straight to the server. Skip the whole. It would make way more sense if it pushed the code to the server and then builds the container locally on the target server. Yeah. That would make more sense to me. Okay, apparently this is just upset with me for some reason. Maybe I hit like my quota for Docker Hub. I have no idea. So what do I do now? Is there like a usage for the Docker Hub I can check? Let me see. Docker Hub or hub.docker.com. Linktree last pushed 18 minutes ago. Billing. Unlimited local image analysis for remote repositories. Docker personal. Docker engine, 200 image pulls per 6 hours. I wonder if I hit some kind of cap. There's no way I did 200 image pulls per 6 hours, right? That would be really funny, but really annoying. Do you have like analytics here or something? Visibility, collaborators, builds. Build activity. I'll have to upgrade for that. Of course I do. Public view. Pulls, 245. Is the image public? Yes. I get one private image. Let's change this to Minecraft. And then can I make this a... Hold on. Repositories. Can I create a repository and make it private? Create. Like this. And then can I do it like this and then push? And then does that go over here, or is this still a part of my quota that I might have hit that I don't know if I hit because nothing tells me if I'm at my quota? It's just giving me a 400 back. I really hope people aren't pulling the Linktree one, thinking that that is actually the Linktree clone still. That would be my bad. If that's what was happening. Yeah, I might have to come over to like the repos and delete the other ones because they're really not being used right now. Yeah, and some of these are... The Kamal video one has apparently been pulled 378 times. The Kamal demo has been pulled 816 times. Why? That's so strange. Let me come in here and clean up some of these. I'll leave the... Okay, well now it's upset for a different reason. Oh, because I changed it, so now I have to do a Kamal deploy and it has to actually build it. It can't just do that, I guess. Next.js. We'll remove this one. We'll come over to... I guess this one too? Like, I don't... We can leave these. Like, this makes sense, right? We'll leave... This one's private, hopefully. Hopefully that'll work. We have this one. Oh yeah, no, it's seg faults all the time. It's great. I love Kamal. And then I'll leave these up, I guess. I don't know why these are being pulled so much. I feel so sorry for the poor people that are pulling these, thinking that these are just worth running. But that seems like a weirdly high number for something that really shouldn't be getting that type of traffic. Let me... Maybe the video is... No, there's no way it's just the video doing that. I'm assuming people are just running around like pulling all these. Maybe they think if they pull one down, they'll find like a secret environment variable that someone forgot to delete. Dean figured out Kamal. Let's pull his Docker image. It turns out it's just been Kamir over there. He's just been like habitually pulling it and trying to get Kamal to work. And he's like, Dean already figured it out. I'll just go do that. I'm going to expose him one of these days. All that Kamal hate, I know that's what he's doing. He's not deploying for work. He's using his favorite tool. All right, so we'll see. This is now exporting. Hopefully that means it's coming over here. I mean, I guess if there's actually demand for like a Kamal demo image, maybe I should just make one that is actually configured. But that's such a weird, because it has like the post scaffold in it, I think. So I don't know why you would need that one. Yeah, okay, so that pushed okay. So I'm assuming that the other one, the Linktree demo, was getting pulled too much. Probably from people, maybe from people watching like the stream VODs, and then they went in there and tried to pull it. Dude, they got to be so confused when they're pulling this stuff, and out comes a Minecraft server. I gotta go back into the Linktree demo maybe tomorrow, and I'll push up the actual Linktree demo just in case that's why people are pulling it. I doubt it, but maybe. But man, imagine you go to like spin up something like that and you're like, oh boy, I can't wait to see what Linktree looks like. And then you just, why is there a service called Minecraft running now? Okay, let me come over here. Let me see if this works now. Is it this? Create command. Okay, this is still upset. Let me do the Kamal app execute. And let me try to use the Archon client. .instance.execute. Oh, let me open this up so we can see this. .execute, I don't know, test. It doesn't matter. Like that. Is it because of the missing option on line 10 in Archon? Line 10. I don't know, this was working before, right? I think it's because you have the... You made the ignore first packet right here. So I'm assuming this is what it should spit out, right? But let me try it. Oh wait, actually what I can do is I can come in here. There's a zombie in the background. I refactored it away. Gotcha. Okay, if I do a Rails dot application dot credentials dot dig for the Archon host, out comes that. So that's working, and then we have the Archon port, and we have the Archon password, just like that. So we could try the connect. Let's just try this again. Make sure this is working. But instead of doing this, we'll use all of these credentials. So what I'll do is I'll say host equals this. Port equals this. And then, what was the last one? Password equals this. And then we'll come up here to the at client. Okay, apparently the at client just doesn't exist. That's fine. Okay. Dot execute. And then we can set this somehow. What do we want to do? Time set day. Server data exe command. Oh, we have to authenticate. Oops. Dot authenticate. And then we have to do this again. Like that. Execute. So that sets it to day. Very hard to hear when you're screaming in my ear like that. Okay. So this is working. This one's not, though. If we just grab all this and dot instance dot execute time set day. Okay, that one works. So I'm assuming this isn't what went up there for some reason. Or wait, what if I do this? Okay, hold on. Let me connect again. Let me copy this whole thing. Like that. And then we can do, oops, not this. We can do Archon client.instance.execute time set day. Okay, so that one's timing out. Now let me do the same thing like this. Exit out of here. Run it again. So we're completely wiping it away each time, so we shouldn't see anything weird. Paste this in. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to create another one. Give Deanin.io TNT3. Or diamond 3. Just some new items so that this will work. And we'll run this. Now that we have this in line with the authenticate. You can remove the false on line 11. Gotcha. Okay, so that worked. And then we'll try this without the false, right? Like that. Same deal. Copy the whole thing. Put it down here. Let me see if this works. Okay, yeah, so this works right here. So we did need to include it right here. Okay, so now we can do a Kamal deploy again. That should push this up. And we should have a situation where no one else can communicate with this except for the Rails server, which allows it to completely bypass everything. Now, here's a question. Oh, yeah, it wouldn't work. So you'd have to do it to start it, I guess. But is there like an Archon command that I can do to like shut down the server or restart the server? Minecraft Archon restart server. Is this a thing? You could just stop the server with /stop and the script can restart it. Okay. Is there a restart command? Automatic restart. Okay. I'm using an Archon tool, which is in a scheduled task running every day at one specific time. It connects to the server, saves, and stops the server. Then my watchdog batch. Dude, if you thought my solution was hacky, then my watchdog batch file detects that the server isn't running and starts it again. MC Archon. That's so funny. Just running a bat file to restart it. What running on Windows does to some people. To be fair, that's 100% something I would do. It's just really funny to hear that. Okay, but wait, is there a way now that this can do the Archon connection for it to like manage the other Docker container as well because it's on the same network? Because then we could just do away with a lot of this other stuff that I'm dealing with. Let's see. We have the we have like Docker exec on another container. Runs 2 containers. Okay. Not really. The usual way for one container to cause another container to do something is with a network request. Okay, so yeah, there's no way around that. So then we still got to use the questionable solution that we got going here of a flag file. Let me come over here. Come to new command. Give Dean IOCOM diamond 3. So I have 6 right now, so I should go up to 9. Okay, that works. Okay, and then we can come in here and do, what else? Oh, I wanted to try this, /give Dean IOCOM diamond 3. Okay, so the slash commands also work. Okay, is there like a stop sound? There's a /stop. Restart. Wonder if there's like a server management plugin I could run. That would probably cause it to not work great with anything else. So what does /stop do? I'm assuming that's just going to stop the container. Maybe there's a mod. Yeah, something like that. Because it'd be really nice to get it so that we don't have to either have the Rails app like SSH into itself through Docker or have it create a flag file. There's got to be some other way to do this. And then the other thing is going to be to clean this up. I just want this to be like almost like a console. Just you got a line, you type some stuff in similar to a messaging app, and then you see the results. So I guess I also have to get like the output. Get output from Archon. Send a Archon console command. What is all this? And have the information return. You can write to a file using game.write file, so you could probably work something out. Okay, there's so many different. I feel like I need to watch a tutorial on Archon. Maybe that's a good idea. Something where someone's got this working at some point. Okay, let me, before I get too distracted here, I need to come into here again, or into pre-connect. We can let these run again, but then tomorrow I got to do a check and make sure this stuff's not running every time. So like if it already exists, don't redeploy maybe or something, or just include maybe an optional flag to like skip this. We got the commands test, the fixtures, the commands, all that. Pre-deploy hook is fine. Commands controller, commands helper. This is all fine. We have all this. Okay. Yeah, git add dot git commit dash m add Archon functionality. Git push. So that works for the commands branch. Like that. We can come over to GitHub. Minecraft. Compare and pull request. Commands executable via Archon. Something like that. Create pull request. Can't believe there was a gem for the Archon stuff. That's so funny. Archon RB. It really is a wrapper for everything. Okay. All this. Alrighty. I think this is a good stopping point because I'm like 2 hours past when I was planning to stop streaming. I appreciate all the help today, especially from you, Marco. You don't have git push.auto set up remote equals true. I don't. I just set up this box like 10 days ago. So I haven't really set anything up. Yeah, you too, Austin. I appreciate you hanging out as well. I set it up like a week or two ago, so I barely have anything set up. I'm pretty sure like some of the commits I'm pushing up aren't even authored by my account yet. Still making recalls? That's crazy. I mean, it sounds like you got a lot of work done today. I hope that the stream was helpful in that respect. Maybe at least good background noise or something. Oh, and I still have to get the YouTube chat up in this thanks for watching screen. This was fun. Have a good night. Yeah, you have a good night too. For sure. See you. Yep. See all of you tomorrow.